I want to bring in CBS News security consultant and former assistant director to the FBI, Ron Hosko, in on our conversation. Ron, one of the things that I was struck by Jeff's reporting, which is that these packages, these improvised explosive devices, were discovered through what is being termed by law enforcement as routine screenings. In other words, that these are the screenings that normally happen for former presidents and former first ladies and former high-level cabinet officials. Can you describe a little bit of that process for us?
Well, Vlad, certainly since 9/11 and very likely before that, but you recall the anthrax attacks after 9/11, there was a very clear risk posed to our elected officials. And so the FBI, the Secret Service for the White House and others have mail screening processes that don't involve taking a potential threatening device or explosive device into the building that they're trying to protect. These are off-site facilities where all the mail goes to be screened for, biotoxins, for explosives, and other hazardous materials, so that there's no risk of contamination to a protected, sensitive facility. And certainly to the protectees. Now, that may well be different up in Chappaqua, New York, for the Clintons, but you can rest assured that it is very, very unlikely that Hillary Clinton is going down to the end of the driveway and picking up her mail from her mailbox and bringing it into the house and opening it up by herself. These are still protectees of the United States Secret Service, so precautions are going to be taken in all of these cases, so that one of our elected officials or a protectee is not hurt by some malicious actor out there.
So, Ron, the device that was found outside of George Soros' house was described as being something similar to a pipe bomb, that it had some sort of explosive powder in it. Can you give me a sense of just how volatile a package like that would be? I'm trying to figure out whether or not these would be packages that went through the postal service, or somebody would have to drop them off at the location.
Well, that's a great question, and I think that is one of the starting points for an investigation. What was the mechanism of delivery? Was it through the mail? In Soros's case, my guess is he doesn't have an off-site screening facility staffed by people like the Secret Service, so it could be that a package was dropped off. In all these cases, you would think that the law enforcement is going to be tracking back the method of delivery. And if it was delivered presumably by a person to Mr. Soros's address, is there any video from the area? What was suspicious on those videos? In the other cases, very likely these were sent through the mail or through the Postal Service or UPS or another package delivery service. They're going to be looking for any indicia on the outside of those packages, anything that could be recovered, whether law enforcement would take or will be processing pictures of the outside packaging. Perhaps they could recover the outside packaging. They'll certainly be looking for fingerprints and DNA. Does the postage look like it was purchased and delivered at the same address? Is there some commonality in it? Is there handwritten lettering, typed lettering, a label that was put on by a shipper? All of those things are included in what law enforcement will be looking at to see. Look, we can't miss the fact that all of these suspected devices were sent within a day or so, or received within a day or so of each other. So naturally, law enforcement is going to say this looks like it may be connected. With respect to the volatility, the Soros package was described as maybe black powder, something like that. If contained, and that's the risk of these pipe bomb type devices. If you lay out black powder on the ground and get it near heat or throw a match on it, it's going to ignite very, very quickly and burn off in a second. If you contain it and pack it into a pipe with a couple of end caps on it, whether that pipe is galvanized steel or black steel or even PVC, plastic pipe, like we have in common household plumbing, Once you contain it and compact it, it presents a much greater risk, because now the risk isn't it quickly burns off. That burning process becomes explosive because of how quickly the material is ignited and burned. So it becomes explosive, and if you combine that with some sort of shrapnel, which the pipe is itself, the container becomes shrapnel itself, that is certainly a potentially deadly weapon. Even in a very small pipe bomb could certainly take a life, could have someone lose their hand, go blind. All of those things are the potential risk.
Ron, on one hand, I'm heartened by the ability of our law enforcement and the Secret Service to be able, through the routine screening process that you described, to find these devices. And I'm guessing, given that George Soros has been a frequent target of hate campaigns, he could probably be, and he is a billionaire, he probably has some type of security, while not similar to the U.S. Secret Service, that is probably very thorough as well. Question I have, though, is how quickly do you think that law enforcement will be able to figure out who is doing this? And I'm reminded, and we've talked about this in the past, of Ted Kaczynski, the Unabomber, who started, mailing bombs to people in 1978, and it wasn't until 1996 that the FBI was able to finally find him. And his devices were very, very sophisticated. And I wonder if the fact that these are unexploded makes it easier for law enforcement to track, as opposed to devices that have detonated.
Well, there's certainly a great advantage to having an unexploded device, particularly if law enforcement is able to assess it with the tools that they have, and those tools are pretty sophisticated, and examine it in a safe way while it is unexploded. More often than not, what law enforcement is going to do is an operation that's known as disrupting a device. And that typically involves activity where you're separating the explosive material from a power source or from the initiator. And so law enforcement is going to be looking very closely at these devices through X-rays, through collected evidence after a disruption, to test and evaluate, okay, what is the explosive material? Is it as simple as black powder, which you can get at a gun reloading shop or sporting goods stores? Is it something as simple as that? Is there something that can be tracked back? The container, the packaging, the container of the explosive material, what does that look like? What's the initiation device look like? They want to know all of that to make these comparisons and say, look, we see a 9-volt battery in each case. That's the power source. We see a fusing mechanism that is of a certain design, and perhaps can be tracked back to a local sporting goods store in a particular town if they can track that back. But your question is, the answer to your question is, it's hard to determine for us right now. You could have a very, very sophisticated bomb maker like Ted Kaczynski became, leaving precious little evidence for law enforcement other than damage and destruction and death in some cases. Or you can have a relatively unsophisticated bomb maker like we saw in Austin, Texas, I think 7 or 8 months ago. It might have been in March of this year, where you saw this series of bombs that went off. And ultimately, the bomb maker, the suspected bomb maker, I think we can say he was mailing those from facilities in the area. There was video evidence. Law enforcement relatively quickly closed in on him, and he ultimately detonated a device that took his own life. And so law enforcement, depending on all those tips and clues, look, we now live in this video recorded world where there's so many security cameras, so many mechanisms by which you can see people and cars coming and going from targeted, questioned locations. All of those offer advantages to law enforcement. Kaczynski was very, very clever. As you recall, he was leaving his cabin in the mountains and going to major cities to put a device in the mail hundreds of miles away from where he was living. And so he made it very, very difficult for law enforcement. Others are far less sophisticated and could potentially be caught within days, there was a recent ricin threat to a couple of government officials, and I think within a day, law enforcement had their person. So it depends on the degree of sophistication, how much thought went through it. It went to the construction, to the delivery. How much forensic evidence is law enforcement able to recover and compare and chase?
Yeah, Ron, you're right. We live in a world where, one could leave many electronic breadcrumbs, if you will. Certainly video, there's cameras everywhere. But then I thought also online, often people who are responsible for this sort of thing leave threats online, post on, 4chan or something along those lines. But then I thought, Hillary Clinton, Barack Obama, George Soros, these are people that probably get all kinds of threats all the time. How on earth does the FBI sift through all of that stuff to identify legitimate concerns?
Yeah, in this case, there are all manner of suspicious contacts and outreach, hate in some cases, sometimes outright threats that the FBI is going to see. They're certainly going to work with the U.S. Secret Service because multiple protectees are now involved in this, and they're going to be able to make these comparisons. I don't think the volume of threats, of actual threats, is so great that they can't effectively connect the dots, so to speak, in this case. So I think that will be something that law enforcement can readily do. And to your earlier point about, the electronic or the digital footprint that people leave, I would think that, mailing something to the care of the White House or to Barack Obama that goes to a screening facility or to Hillary Clinton or Bill Clinton, and something to George Soros. Soros is kind of a one-off. How many people know, and I know his address has been reportedly put out on the internet, multiple addresses. How many people have gone to look for those addresses? There are technical means to take a look at those digital threads and maybe identify somebody. Certainly if a person is identified as a suspect, to go back and take a look at their computer and see what they've been searching for. And if you find somebody that's searched for and perhaps found Soros's address, found what they believe to be a recent address for Hillary Clinton, found one for Barack Obama, now you have a nice little connection for law enforcement to pursue. They will be pursuing that.
Ron, Anne-Marie brings up an interesting point, and it makes me wonder about this. She brought up the fact that we've always thought that former presidents, former high-level cabinet officials receive all manners of threats through the mail, through email, I'm sure, and that the Secret Service and federal law enforcement have this enormous task ahead of them of trying to sift what is real and what is not. And I'm curious, why do you think we found out about this, and it was specifically as it relates to former President Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton, and now President Barack Obama? Do you think that there are moments when law enforcement tells reporters or allows those threats to become public, and is there a reason behind that?
Well, I'll tell you from my own personal experience in the wake of Gabby Giffords' shooting, and we're not just talking about Secret Service here, we're also talking about U.S. Capitol Police,
right?
Who has the responsibility of protecting, all these members of Congress. It is a daunting task, and there are letters that come in. We're all free to communicate with our elected representatives. And there are letters that come in that are low-level threatening you because I don't like how you voted on a particular issue, or I want you to vote in a certain way on a particular issue. I don't like, your stand on one thing or another. And as citizens of this great country, we're all able to communicate with those elected representatives. But then when you see changes in the frequency, in the anger level, in the aggressive and sometimes vitriolic language. Sometimes it may be vitriolic, but it's not a threat. But the job and the challenge of the intelligence folks and the investigators on these cases, and there are many, is to try to see when does a communication become a suspected threat? When does it feel like a threat? When can I get prosecution of it? And so the Capitol Police, we worked with them very closely in the FBI, Secret Service. They had to communicate with each other. They had to be looking for that, direction of interest, where the nature and the tone of the communications change. And then, of course, you're always looking for, is it prosecutable? Federal judges, same thing. The FBI has that jurisdiction as well. And some of these things will come in very often from federal prisons, from a prisoner who's been sentenced, very angry, very threatening, and the prisoner has no way of carrying it out. And so do you go through the process of another prosecution of somebody who's already doing 20 years in federal prison? I've been involved with that sort of deliberation and moving forward on some of those cases in my time at the FBI. So this can be complicated. It can be challenging, and you always fear the one-off, the person who isn't communicating a violent threat, but they intend to act. That is always a concern for these organizations, for their intelligence components, to say, look, are we missing something here? Are we underappreciating a threat? Sometimes we give great attention to the most threatening, and it's a person who cannot ever carry it out because of their own mental condition, their own living conditions. They can't ever carry it out. And they're going to get a visit from the FBI or the Secret Service or the Capitol Police on one of these threats. And sometimes it's the person whose communication isn't particularly threatening, and that's the person you have to watch out for. So law enforcement is very worried about that.
Ron, stand by. I want to bring in Mary Ellen O'Toole, who I know you know very well. She's a former FBI profiler. She's also joining us on the phone. And Mary Ellen, I was asking Ron about why these threats that we're talking about specifically today would become public and other threats not. And I wonder if that has something to do with the investigation process, if that has something to do with the public, in other words, warning the public that there is this sort of credible threat out there, or is it just, reporting that happens on a regular basis whereby some threats just become known and others do not?
I think it's a combination, really, of all three. That obviously putting something out in the public can actually help in the investigation. High-profile victims, they consider it a public safety issue. So I think it's a combination of things that they want to put out to the media, and we probably haven't named all of them, actually.
Yeah.
So, Mary Ellen, you're a former FBI profiler. Your whole job is to take shreds of evidence and try and develop some sort of identity behind who would do something like this. I imagine somebody who has the ability to make a pipe bomb must have at least a certain level of intelligence or intellect. What would you start to look for to try to piece together who this person would be?
Well, first of all, I wouldn't associate his intelligence level necessarily yet with putting together a pipe bomb. So that's what they'll be looking at. They'll bring in their forensic experts, and they'll be looking at what are the components? How was it put together? What was the bomber's signature? Was there something that tied the three together? What is it exactly? Where would he have gotten the components to do it? Easy components that you could have gotten at a hardware store, or something more sophisticated? Also, you look at escalation. Has the bomb making improved? And if it's improved, how is it improved? So all of those things become really important. But I think the key is, and explosives experts will tell you this, a bomber will leave a signature of some type, at least typically. So they'll be looking for what is consistent in each one of the devices that allows them to link them together.
Ron, so it's an interesting point that Mary Ellen raises, and the ability for law enforcement to take these little pieces of information. How readily available is information related to making improvised explosive devices on the internet? Back, we were again talking about Ted Kaczynski in '78. You really had to know what you were doing, or you had to have some kind of training. And if it's readily available on the internet, what does the FBI do to track those websites that provide that information and people who potentially visit them?
Hey guys, was that for me? Or
Yeah, sorry,
Ellen?
that was for Ron. Yeah.
Okay,
Sorry, Ron.
Sorry. Look, it is very available. In recent years, we've seen evidence of folks making low-level devices, testing them near their
All right, so-
residence, testing.
Ron,
Go
let
ahead.
me stop you for just one moment because I really want to hear your answer, but I don't want to rush you. So I'm going to ask you and Mary Ellen about this in just a moment. But we want to bring in our Paula Reed, who's also tracking this story for us to provide us with some information, some reporting that she has. She is joining us now. Paula, you've been listening to the conversations we've been having with our two former FBI agents. What are you learning? You're at the White House.
That's right. Well, the White House has certainly had no comment on this so far, but what we know is that so far 3 potentially explosive devices have been intercepted by the U.S. Secret Service. One earlier yesterday at the Chappaqua residence of the Clintons, and they tell us that this was discovered during routine screening procedures. The Clintons were never at any risk of actually receiving this package or being in danger. We're told earlier this morning another package was intercepted at the residence of former President Barack Obama. At this point, law enforcement cannot say whether or not the package sent to the Obamas and the Clintons, whether or not those are linked, but sources have told CBS News that the device that was discovered at the Clintons' residence is similar to one that was discovered at the residence of George Soros earlier this week.
All right. So, Paula, I think that we are getting now, and you've been reporting on CBS this morning, and you've been reporting on our air as well, the latest. But there is a statement, I believe, from the White House, and we will get that for our viewers. Yeah, I haven't seen it either just yet. But once we have that, we're going to let our viewers know.
Here we have it. The White House passing along this statement.
No, I haven't. No.
I'm going to read that. Okay. We condemn the attempted violent attacks recently made against President Obama, President Clinton, Secretary Clinton, and other public figures. These terrorizing acts are despicable, and anyone responsible will be held accountable to the fullest extent of the law. The United States Secret Service and other law enforcement agencies are investigating and will take all appropriate actions to protect anyone threatened by these cowards. That's a statement issued by Sarah Sanders. Kind of find it interesting that they said other public figures, like there's a plural. I know that we had talked about the fact that earlier this week on Monday, George Soros, who is a philanthropist but a wealthy supporter of democratic causes, he found himself, at one of his homes in New York, a similar bomb was delivered to him as well. So I'm not sure if you're getting any information about that, Paula, and whether or not what the bomb that was delivered to Soros, what's described as a pipe bomb, is similar to the other devices that we're hearing that were attempted to be delivered to Hillary and Bill Clinton and Barack Obama.
At this point, sources tell CBS News that the device that went to the Clintons is indeed similar to the one that went to the home of George Soros. But at this point, we don't have any information about how the device that was allegedly sent to the Obamas, how that compares to either one.
All right, Paula, you're at the White House. We're going to check back in with you a little bit later as you continue to dig in on this story. Thank you so much. Let's go back to Ron Hosko and Mary Ellen O'Toole. Ron is a former assistant director of the FBI. Mary Ellen is a former FBI profiler. So, Ron, before we got a bit of Paula's reporting, we were talking about the ability of individuals to gather information to build these improvised explosive devices. And you were saying that that information is sadly, tragically, readily available, I guess, through the internet.
It is. We have these controversies from time to time, most recently about 3D printed guns and how that the construction goes and how readily available it might be. And in fact, there have been injunctions filed against the producer. But here, we're in a world where, your First Amendment rights and your right to publish information is very much unfettered in a lot of respects. So you can go to the internet and find out how to build explosive devices easily. The question you asked is how does the FBI track that? How does some agency track that? FBI, ATF, Secret Service, and unfortunately, the internet is all at our fingertips. That information is readily at our fingertips. The FBI is not positioned to be at every internet location that might have dangerous or destructive information or instructions on how to hurt others. we're in a free world where much of this information is really at your fingertips. We've seen evidence of folks playing with smaller devices, testing smaller devices, and then graduating to bigger devices. Sometimes there is going to be a digital footprint, but where the FBI typically starts is there's a conspiracy to commit a crime, or a crime has been committed, or there's a plan to commit a crime. They need predication on you. They're not everywhere on the internet, nor do we want them everywhere on the internet. So usually the starting point is a person has been identified and related to a crime, or a crime has been committed, and they're trying to find out who committed it. That's typically the starting point. The FBI needs some sort of predication, and the internet is not predication.
I just want to point out that, Anne-Marie, before your question, that our Ed O'Keefe is reporting that reporters have actually, you did read the statement from Sarah Huckabee Sanders, and they've gone to the Obama's spokesperson to get a statement, and the Obamas are referring reporters and everybody back to the Secret Service.
Okay. Mary Ellen, I wanted to talk to you about a possible motive. Here, so at least right now we have 3 prominent Democrats. But what is the typical motive, if there is one, for somebody who does something like this? Are they hoping to cause injury, or just to get attention?
In my experience with violent crimes, there's never just one motive. There's multiple reasons that a person will commit a violent crime, and it could be to get attention. It could be to cause damage, to injure someone, and with these devices, that certainly could have occurred. So while that may have not have been the primary issue, it could have been to scare them. It could have also been, one of the motives is the bomb maker, the person that delivered the bomb doesn't like that person's politics. They want to make a statement. They could be an injustice collector, someone that just feels that they have to correct the politics of these people. So all of those things could be woven into the motive behind being involved in a case like this. So there's never just one reason. And I think what's really interesting as well is if we see this continue, if they're connected and we see them continue, the motives for these sending these devices can actually evolve and change.
Mary Ellen, stand by. Ron, stand by. We just want to share with our viewers what we are watching here in our newsroom on CNN. CNN reporting that their building, the Time Warner Center, which is just a few blocks from where we are here at the Broadcast Center at CBS at Columbus Circle, is being evacuated because the New York Police Department is investigating a possible suspicious device at the Time Warner Center, including the CNN Bureau. So according to our producers, while CNN was on the air, you could hear alarms going off as they were reporting on the information that we have been reporting on, which is those suspicious devices sent to former President Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton's home in Chappaqua and former President Barack Obama's home in Washington, D.C. Well, now CNN reporting, and I'm looking up at the screen right now where CNN is playing, that they are in the process of evacuating their newsrooms and possibly, potentially, the Time Warner Center, which is a huge skyscraper, so it's not clear exactly how many floors. But the CNN Bureau, their banner right now, or their lower third, is indicating that the CNN Bureau is being evacuated. And what you're seeing, if people are watching CNN at the same time that they're watching us, hopefully, is that the reporting is coming out of Washington, D.C. at the moment.
So then, Ron, we don't know anything about this, right? We don't know if this is all coordinated, but certainly we have 3 prominent Democrats. We have the building in which CNN is located, and CNN has been a very vocal critic of the Trump administration. So there's sort of a thread between all of these incidents. This seems like a lot for one person to pull off if they're all connected. Good point. Can we expect that this is sort of more, that this would be sort of an organized event, if you will?
All happening at once.
Yeah, I think to Mary Ellen's earlier point, which was certainly on the mark, there could be mixed motives. One could be an actual intent to hurt someone, Mr. Soros, Hillary Clinton, any rational mailer, even a mailer of a device, shouldn't have any expectation that Barack Obama is going to ever touch such a device that would be mailed to him. But they may have a legitimate expectation that they're going to hurt one or more of these people. And then the secondary motive could be, look, I'm getting attention now. Now I'm going to disrupt. I'm going to disrupt that which irritates me. Again, we don't know the details of the construction of the device, but if you're talking about a typical pipe bomb, even one without an initiator, where it's just a piece of galvanized pipe that has black powder in it, and maybe even a fuse sticking out of it that's never going to be lit, that can be very disruptive, much like white powder attacks have been across the country. They can be very disruptive because they demand a law enforcement and a first responder response. Police, fire are going to come to these locations. Very often they're going to evacuate parts or an entire building. So it can be very, very disruptive for a business. And so we could be seeing here, an opportunist that decided to send some threatening communication to CNN that's causing an evacuation because the opportunist has read about these other reports. Maybe we have multiple participants here, maybe working in concert with each other, but I don't think it's very difficult for a person, an individual, to build multiple threatening devices and put them in the mail to disrupt and to potentially harm targets of their madness.
I just want to point out that as we are still looking into the reports from CNN that they are evacuating their New York City bureau, Jim Sciutto, who's their chief national security correspondent, just tweeted that the NYPD bomb squad is on the ground at the Time Warner Center where CNN has its newsrooms. So we're going to keep following the developing story there. So to Anne-Marie's point, Mary Ellen, it does seem that regardless of the intelligence level, the information that's available to build these devices, if you were just looking at it, and I know the information is just coming in, the fact that now we have 3 incidents just today. There was one earlier this week, and the day has just begun. It's only 10:20 here on the East Coast. What are you thinking about as you try to build a profile? I mean, the FBI right now, the Secret Service, the Capitol Police, the NYPD bomb squad, they're all going to be sitting down trying to figure out what is happening. Mm-hmm. Where is this coming from? So how do you like sort of take all of the inputs and all the information that's coming to you and try to figure out who's doing this?
Well, they'll have multiple tracks of investigation that are going on right now. So you'll have your forensics. You'll have people looking at the packaging. In the case of the first device, there's an indication that that was hand-delivered, that it was, it was hand-delivered. It was not sent through the U.S. mail. So they'll be doing neighborhood investigations. They'll be pulling in the postal inspectors. I think the thing that's important is that all of these agencies, number one, have worked together in the past on very similar cases. We've had serial bombing cases before. So they're able to use that experience, and all of them hit the ground running in a very cohesive manner in an effort to even anticipate if this person is going to mail or drop off another device, where might that be? So we've got individuals, and now we've got a media outlet. So there'll be some anticipation. So you've got all of these entities working together. But again, the components of that device is really going to be almost number one. And then if that is the first device that was left the other day, and if that person or somebody left it at that house or in the mailbox, they'll be doing a very strong neighborhood investigation. So things will be coming together much more quickly than you might think.
I just can't help but to think, and maybe it doesn't play a role here, but we have been talking an awful lot, Vlad, about the divisiveness in this country, about the rhetoric. Ron talked about the difference between rhetoric and an actual threat. That sometimes, people use words, but they don't really sort of mean it. But
words matter.
Right? Yeah, I can't help but to think that that the rhetoric that we do here is adding fuel to the fire. And this may be about something entirely not connected to any of the political conversations. We don't know. This person could be suffering from mental illness. We don't know. But I don't know, Ron, when you listen to kind of the way we talk now, the way this nation, just at least when it comes to politics, appears so divided and how the language is so extreme at times, do you worry that this sort of language is inciting people who may, maybe sort of close to the edge and just need something to tip them over?
Always. I am very concerned about where we are politically. It seems like most days we are divided right down the middle. You have single issue politics that drive people to the edges, that have people vote for or against a candidate on a single issue. And then we have the broader issues that divide us. Very, very often seemingly right down the middle. We have this hateful, ugly rhetoric that we see play out in some streets. We see protesters on one side or the other trying to block free speech. That is legitimate free speech. We have conflict when we have hate groups coming together. People on the far right and people on the far left that come together for, what seems like for the purpose of conflict. And we have politicians who weigh in, and so we are divided in an ugly and vitriolic way in America. There seems to be very little statesmanship from either side, and in that sort of environment where it seems like hate and politics dominate the conversation so often, it's, for me, easy to see where these fringe actors start to take it upon themselves to fix the problem. And sometimes you do see mental illness involved with this. Here we are talking about suspicious devices. More often than not, what we are talking about is an active shooter. And trying to diagnose the problem with an active shooter, very often that involves somebody with mental illness, ready access to firepower, and they're taking action. So we should be concerned about that, about somebody who is a real actor, who is out on the fringe and decides, and this is really Mary Ellen's area of expertise, those folks who decide, I'm the one. I have to fix this problem. I'm going to address it. I'm going to take this on. Those are the folks we need to be alert to and we need to be worried about, because sometimes they do take it on and it costs a lot of lives.
Mary Ellen, we're going to bring in Pat Milton, who's a producer on our investigative unit. But before we sort of chat with her, I just want to ask you a question about what Anne-Marie has been sort of zoning in on. Back in April of 2016, then candidate Trump made an oblique reference at a rally, and I'm just trying to hone in on some of the language that has been used. Right? He said in reference to Hillary Clinton, if she were elected president, if she gets to pick her judges, there's nothing you can do, folks. And then he added, and this is the oblique reference that he made, although the Second Amendment people, maybe there is, I don't know. Now, again, it's an oblique reference, but if you are somebody, we always use that term dog whistle, right? I wonder, is that a dog whistle? And if somebody has problems, mental issues, how do they hear that and how do they read language like that?
It could be to some people. To most people, it would not be. So until they identify or get a better sense of this person's personality and ultimately identify the person, they'll learn more about how he or she responds. It's probably more likely a he, but how he would respond to those kinds of comments. But at least in my experience, words alone do not make a bomber or do not make, as Ron was saying, a mass shooting. They can fuel it, and they can enforce it, and they can underscore it, but words alone don't take someone who's functioning completely normally in a very pro-social way and turn them into a bomber or into a mass shooter. So it's just a small group of people that are seriously and inappropriately influenced by things referred to as dog whistles.
So Vlad mentioned that we have Pat Milton standing by. She's a senior producer for our investigative unit. I know, Pat, you've been, working your sources and trying to get to the bottom of how things are unfolding. The latest bit of information that we had is that the Time Warner building is being evacuated.
Yes, that's correct. We have confirmed that the NYPD is investigating a potential suspicious package that was sent, and it's unclear whether it was sent directly to the CNN News Bureau, which is located in that building, the Time Warner building, or whether it was just sent to the Time Warner Center.
We've been tracking some of the reporters, Pat, Jim Sciutto, who I'm sure you're familiar with. He's their chief national security correspondent. He tweeted that just as you reported, that the NYPD is on the ground. As you also point out, it's not clear, which floor. There are multiple floors. I mean, I worked at CNN. There are multiple floors of the newsroom in the Time Warner Center, and there's other corporate offices in there. There's a big mall. There's a supermarket. There's a Whole Foods there. So are you understanding that the entire Time Warner Center is being evacuated, or just certain floors? What are you learning?
Just learning that Time Warner is being evacuated, and not sure if it was just the CNN bureau or whether it was the whole Time Warner Center. As you said, it's a massive shopping area and massive hub. Investigators, I know FBI is concerned. They're looking to see whether any of these are possibly linked.
And so where do we go from here? Are people just sort of milling about outside? From the video that we can see, it doesn't seem like they're trying to create any distance or tell people to stand across the street or anything along those lines. Do we know if the suspicious package has been removed from the building, or what's going on?
Well, I'm certain that the NYPD bomb squad is on the scene, and they have either removed it or done something to neutralize it.
All right, Pat Milton from our investigative unit. Thank you. As always, Pat, we'll be checking in with you as you learn more information, not only about what's happening here in New York City, but more information about the investigation into those explosive or those suspicious packages that were sent to former President Bill Clinton's home in Chappaqua and former President Barack Obama's home in D.C. Thank you, Pat.
Thank you.
All right, so we are monitoring, as we've just been discussing with Pat. You're looking at a live shot right now of Columbus Circle, which is where the Time Warner Center is. And it's a massive building. There are, I don't know how many floors. CNN occupies several floors of that building. I can see, just looking at CNN's air right now, they're actually either using a cell phone, an iPhone or something, to shoot some video of Jim Sciutto, who's their national security correspondent, and Poppy Harlow, who's an anchor there, describing what is happening. And you can see, I actually even see some CBS News producers milling about there, trying to understand what is happening. But clearly a huge police presence from the shot that we can see of Jim Sciutto's telephone. And there are people out there. And if you've ever seen, I mean, there are many, many times that I walk home from the CBS News Broadcast Center in front of the Time Warner Center, and the NYPD does these active drills where they will completely circle, because it is a circle, it's sort of a cul-de-sac, Columbus Circle. They will line up police vehicles and riot officers and anti-terrorism officers all up and down the street in a show of force, it's sort of a drill. And so you're sort of seeing a little bit of that here. This is a shot outside of President Obama's home in Washington, D.C. And I'm guessing that those barriers are there all the time.
Yeah, I
so
would think.
Nothing's getting through that. And as we've been discussing with our CBS News contributors, Ron Hosko, former assistant director of the FBI, Mary Ellen O'Toole is a former FBI profiler. They're joining us. Guys, there's just so much coming into us at this point. And going back to what we were saying earlier, at this point, all we know is that it's George Soros, Bill and Hillary Clinton, and former President Barack Obama, and now CNN. And look, we may not want to, there's a thread there.
Yeah.
Until we hear of more, there is a thread.
We've been told that the device that was supposed to go to the Clintons' home was very similar to the one that was found on Monday outside of George Soros' house. That's all we know. But what we know, the details in regards to that device, is that it was similar to a pipe bomb, but there was an explosive powder in it, that the bomb squad was able to move it to a wooded area and explode it there. So if it is similar to if that's what was addressed to the Clintons' home, one could deduce that perhaps a very similar device is also what was addressed to Barack Obama's home. Ron Hosko was explaining how, with people like this, they're not getting mail sent directly to their home. It's usually going to another facility where it's being screened by professionals. But Ron, does that mean when you say, it's being screened by professionals, do they have all their mail going through sort of, X-ray machines? How extensive is this screening?
Yeah, so there are off-site facilities that are going to support the White House. I think protectees. The FBI has an off-site screening facility, and they're screening those communications packages for bugs, for chemicals, for any substance that might be introduced and bring harm to anybody in those facilities. That's why it's being done off-site. Certainly, improvised explosive devices are among those things that are being screened for in these off-site facilities. So yes, they're being X-rayed. They're being evaluated for anything else that, white powders, letters that have become so common since 9/11. And some of these actors are doing it for the disruptive effect. And we're seeing that outside of CNN in New York right now, how disruptive this is to a network, to the other people who are working in the building, to neighbors, where a significant police response is called and a first responder, whether it's EMS or bomb techs. This is a very disruptive activity. Sometimes it's done for that purpose. We saw it, I think, a year ago with a number of Jewish community centers and schools where the offender was actually in Israel, working on the internet and inviting people to share targets and trying to get money from targeting these schools. Very, very disruptive. It got onto President Trump's radar. Ultimately, the FBI was able to identify the actor, but massive disruption for the targets, for the victims.
Mary Ellen, the thread here of these individuals and now this news organization being targeted in this manner. And I know you were saying that we were talking a little bit about words, and you mentioned that generally words will not, in the majority of the population, cause people to do terrible things, right? But I wonder, sometimes all it takes is that one sort of highly dedicated, highly motivated individual to be inspired. This is where my lack of complete training. I have no training in what both you and Ron have done over the course of your careers, but I'd like to think, or I do think, that humans are inspired by words and they are motivated by words. It's how you get people to do things generally, and so I wonder if you have somebody who's already on the edge, who's already angry, who's already upset about things, upset about the state of the country, upset about the state of their lives, if the words that are used in our political discourse, which 99% of us will say, that's in poor taste, or, oh, man, you shouldn't say that, that one individual will take it as license to carry out something that the rest of us would find terrible. Mm-hmm.
No, you're right. It's an evolution. So they already are inclined to be what we refer to as kind of an injustice collector. They've been like that pretty much their whole life. So they're much more receptive to misinterpreting statements. And that's exactly the kind of person that you're describing. But there's also another element to it. Many of these people take it to a second level, which is nothing is being done. And I think Ron referenced this. Nothing is being done to fix things. Things have got to get fixed. They're not right. Nobody is doing anything, so I have got to be the one to do it. So you've got this really kind of narcissistic idea that I'm the only one that can change things and make it right and show the point and accomplish something.
Are there parallels to be drawn? And I wonder if this is part of the training that you both underwent at the FBI. Are there parallels to be drawn looking at other countries where things have devolved to a point where, for example, I'm thinking about like Northern Ireland, for example. Are there parallels to draw from people who live in a country who all of a sudden find themselves so divided over their political discourse that it becomes what has been termed the troubles in that country, and I've seen it in some African countries where things just get to a point where, I mean, we saw it in Rwanda. I wonder, does the FBI, do we in the United States study those things? We believe wholeheartedly in our institutions, in the bedrock of our democracy, but clearly the FBI and the CIA must look at what has happened around the world and tries to understand what has happened around the world so that it doesn't happen here. Do you guys do that at all? Ron?
Yeah, I have not seen it in my career, Vlad. However, the FBI has undergone a dramatic expansion of its intelligence capabilities, its intelligence cadre, in the last 10 years. And so certainly there are folks in the FBI who are, embedded with other agencies, working with the CIA, working with NSA, working with the ODNI, the Office of the National Intelligence. And so collectively, I think the U.S. government looks at those sorts of things, and pieces of it trickle down within the FBI workforce. Certainly that is being done on a national scale, not so much individually by the FBI. More often than not, these folks are carved off into their subspecialties, whether it's criminal or terrorism, counterintelligence or cyber. And you're often running the tactics and techniques that are going to make you thrive in that environment. And not pulling back, certainly not the whole workforce, pulling back and taking a global view and trying to have that global understanding. But there's certainly the ability of the organization to do that in smaller parts.
You know what I'm sort of wondering about? So we don't know exactly what's happening at the Time Warner building, but we know that's the building where CNN is. We know that CNN has been critical of the Trump administration. And, the other thing that we have been dealing with or discussing a lot is the rhetoric that targets members of the media, that, the fake news media sort of being drummed over and over again. We're certainly not the story at all here, but, I think about the Capital Gazette newspaper this summer where 5 people were shot. I think it was just last week maybe, where a man walked into the Fox television station, I believe in D.C. He was shot by security guards there when he refused to back down after being pepper sprayed. And this idea that, that has sort of been that's been permeating, that the media is biased and is sort of responsible for many of the things that are negative that are going on in this country. I'm wondering if, either Ron or Mary Ellen, you can speak to the impact of this conversation that the media is not to be trusted, that the media floats, fake news, and that the media, it's open season to target them. And I also think, and I'm sorry if I'm rambling a little bit, but you think about some of those Trump rallies, right? And I don't want to seem like I'm focusing on the Trump administration, but the truth of the matter is you hear him when he's at some of those rallies where he talks about members of the media, where he has encouraged people in his audience to attack members of the media. You got to wonder if that's having an impact. Either Ron or Mary Ellen, you can take that.
Well, I think you raise a good point, and I think that, for some people, that rhetoric is going to raise to a totally different crescendo than it would for you or for me. So yes, but of those people that feel very strongly against the media or against other people, you still have a much smaller subset of people that would actually decide to take things into their own hands and to do something like this. But one of the things investigators will be doing once they identify this person or these people who have mailed these devices, built them and mailed them, they'll be sitting down and they'll be interviewing them about, what really led them or influenced or inspired them, they'll be going through their computers, through their phones. They'll read the literature that they're reading online. So they'll get a much better feel for, is this the kind of person that was influenced in a very profound way to carry this out.
Yeah.
And I think that becomes important to be able to corroborate that, or to say, you know what, this had nothing to do with why they decided to do this. I doubt that that's the case, frankly, here, just because we know who the targets are. But they won't just assume it. They'll really do a thorough deep dive into this person's background to be able to come out and say it was a determining factor.
And, again, the reporting is still, coming into us as to exactly what is happening over at CNN. But as Anne-Marie points out, it's not lost on all of us who are in this profession that the rhetoric has been ratcheted up so much that, what used to be something that we only considered when we were working in war zones or in countries where press freedoms are not as free as ours are, that we would worry about our well-being. And now, clearly, over the last couple of years or so, it's become something that is just a little bit more prevalent. And it is interesting to me to note that CNN's worldwide headquarters are actually in Atlanta, right? And but most of their primetime, in fact, all of their primetime programming originates out of New York. So
and they're more sort of opinion programming as well.
Correct, right? And so it is sort of interesting, and I don't know if it means anything at all, but it's something to sort of point out that Atlanta is where is CNN's headquarters.
That's true. But all of these bombs, and if it is indeed a pipe bomb, have all been in the New York area. So you got to wonder if this is like easy. Well, it's all New York so far, right?
Well, D.C. for Obama.
Oh yeah, Obama.
Right,
yeah.
right.
I wondered if there was easy access for the person because they are living in this area. But then you point out Barack Obama.
Is that something you consider, Ron?
Oh, absolutely. As Mary Ellen was referencing, I think early on in these investigations, law enforcement's considering everything. Are there what seem to be obvious threads to us that these are folks on the political left, and certainly in CNN's case, more loud on left-leaning issues? Absolutely. So the threads look obvious, but law enforcement's job is not to look through those blinders and at what may seem obvious. They need to start out looking at every possible option and narrow it down to a person, a place, a time, and then build a case that is a prosecutable case.
All right, guys, stand by for just a moment. You're looking at a live picture right now outside of Time Warner Center right here in New York City, which also houses the offices of CNN. You can see those black police vehicles that are making their way to Columbus Circle. But we are now getting the moment during a broadcast when alarms went off inside the Time Warner Center during CNN's live broadcast. Take a listen to this.
Means they were explosive devices. And to have projectiles, I mean, that's a... Excuse me, that sounds like a fire alarm here. We'll keep you posted on that. But to have projectiles, that is a feature you will often see in bombs that terrorists use in Afghanistan, elsewhere. ISIS has used that kind of bomb before. It doesn't mean it's exclusive just to those kinds of terrorist groups, but that is a significant development.
Okay, we're going to jump in. There's a fire alarm here.
You might have heard it in the background. We're going to find out what the latest is
we'll
here
be right back.
at CNN. We're going to be right back.
So really chilling to see that, and to see people scrambling. I mean, you're reporting on improvised explosive devices that potentially have been sent to former members of an administration, two former presidents, and all of a sudden, in the middle of that reporting, Jim Sciutto was basically talking about the explosive devices that had been sent to those homes, and that alarm goes off, and people start booking. I mean, you got it, because in the world that we live in right now, when we were little kids, fire alarms, I mean, I'm saying this in college. We didn't really take them as seriously.
You'd wait till you smelled something or whatever.
Right.
But yeah, and certainly not after you find out that two high-profile Democrats with great security were targeted. It's really unnerving to watch.
And again, back to these live pictures, as you just see an increasingly larger law enforcement presence that is sort of making its way into and around the Time Warner Center. Although it's interesting, they haven't cleared it completely. I mean, those are
No.
taxi cabs that are still there. It looks to me as if people are just sort of milling about, as we pointed out earlier. There's a Whole Foods in that building. There are several levels of shopping. There are some very fancy restaurants in the building, in addition to the corporate headquarters of Time Warner and of course, CNN. And so perhaps they feel at some point that the threat will be diminished. I'd be a little concerned still.
Yeah, me
Wouldn't
too.
you?
I mean, when you describe, when we heard the description of what was delivered to George Soros' house, this was a bomb.
Right.
It had explosive powder inside it. It was similar to a pipe bomb, if not a pipe bomb. Whoever's behind this, presuming that these are all connected, and we're making a presumption now.
Right.
We haven't heard from law enforcement, but you know, if it's a similar type of bomb, this is something that could definitely hurt someone.
Did we learn that device was such that whoever, if it were detonated, it would have caused serious bodily harm?
We don't know, because in the case of George Soros, authorities were able to remove it from the mailbox, take it out to a wooded area,
Maybe they blew it
up. Which is, I guess, Ron, typically what's done if they stumble on something like that, you know, you try to sort of explode it in a safe, contained environment.
That's it. You want to take it away from any sort of populated area. Very often, in the case of a device that they think can be stable for transport, they're going to take it to an NYPD range, someplace remote where nobody's going to get hurt. Probably put it on the ground, further evaluate it if they can, and then do the forensics after they disrupt it, which is typically means separating the explosive material from whatever initiation device or power source. So if it's got a 9-volt battery attached, they have means to try to separate that battery from the rest of the device and make it safe.
Our Stephen Portnoy, our CBS News radio correspondent, is reporting that traffic, both vehicular and pedestrian, is flowing freely around Columbus Circle, which you're getting a live shot of right now. Many, Steve reports, of the NYPD teams are congregated in the center of the block, which is near the south entrance of the Time Warner Center. So it's something that we just pointed out when we were looking at the live images as well, that it appeared that there was a fairly decent flow of traffic. I'm also getting a note here from our reporting, but this is referencing reporting that Reuters is doing, saying that no suspicious packages have been mailed to the White House. So we're trying to confirm that Reuters report that no suspicious packages have been mailed to the White House. And the only other thing that I'll point out is I've seen some reporting out there that I think we will try to confirm as well. This coming over from MSNBC, that law enforcement officials have confirmed to them, at least, that these packages are similar, and they use the word identical. I don't know that we can even go as far as to say that, even though we're referencing the reporting of another network as we try to confirm that. But let's go with similar. So what would that tell you, Ron?
I'm sorry. Say that one more time for me, Blatt.
So the reporting out there right now is that law enforcement sources have confirmed to MSNBC that the suspicious packages, the language that they are using is, law enforcement sources tell them that those packages, in other words, the Soros, the Obama, the Clinton packages, and the CNN one are identical. So I'm just wondering, if it turns out that we can confirm that reporting and it turns out to be true, what does that say to you?
Well, it seems to me that that would not be surprising given the timing of this flurry of activity. The obvious diagnostics may lead to that conclusion. There are similar wrappings, similar methods of delivery, similar writing on the address labels. When they put an X-ray on these devices, they're seeing 6-inch pipe bombs with X initiation system, or maybe no initiation system. So I think at a macro level, that may be an easy assessment for law enforcement to have made by now. And now it gets down into the details, right? How do they collect the forensics? How do they start making comparisons of materials? And how do they start tracking this back to a person?
So I imagine now we have, CNN, we have 3 high-profile Democrats. At this point, I imagine that investigators are trying to get ahead of this. If there are any more packages, who would they be mailed to? Thinking of other sort of outspoken Democrats recently with the midterm elections. I know Eric Holder's out there trying to encourage people to vote, and he's got a whole sort of campaign about gerrymandering and so on and so forth. So is that what might be happening now? Would there be a dedicated group of agents trying to get ahead of this and figure out who might be most at risk?
Oh, I think absolutely, and perhaps there is something more in the communications inside these packages that give the investigators an indicator of, who should we go to next? Should it be MSNBC? Should it be NBC? Should it be the most outspoken senators? Is this related to the immigrant caravan coming up through Mexico now? Is there some tie to that? Who's been most outspoken on it with respect to the media or politicians, or a combination of those? Is there some tie to the recent Kavanaugh confirmation hearings? Who are the most outspoken opponents? Who should we go to next and say, hey, raise the alarm, redouble your security, let's post up, and let's look harder at the mail at these locations with these people? Absolutely, I think that should be going on right now.
And what happens, Ron, then? I mean, again, we don't, this feels like, all breaking news situations where we are reporting information as we learn it, and the day is young, and we don't know where this will go. Maybe this is it, maybe it's not. And so if you're the FBI, if you're the Capitol Hill Police, given what happened to Congressman Steve Scalise at that baseball game, if you are just looking across the landscape as we get closer to what many are calling one of the most consequential midterm elections in our lifetime, how do you, given the scope of the number of people that are running, I mean, how do you figure out, like, hey, maybe we should be keeping closer tabs on former Attorney General Eric Holder. Maybe we should be keeping closer tabs on Cory Booker, somebody who's been an outspoken vocal critic of the President of the United States, or Nancy Pelosi. Or if you are a Republican, perhaps people are keeping a closer eye on Ted Cruz in a consequential race in Texas. I mean, how do you, and where do you draw the line on looking across the landscape and saying, we've got to step it up without alarming people, but making sure that, the folks that we want representing us in Congress are protected?
Yeah, I think you have to go with the intelligence that you have at hand. Make it less a guessing game than intelligence informed. And so what do we know? What do we have right now? You can't protect 100% of the people 100% of the time with 100% certainty. So what do we know right now? It's easy enough because of the connections that law enforcement has, with, again, the FBI here in D.C. and the Capitol Police and the Secret Service and NYPD up in New York. Who do we need to be talking to? Put out the alert to them, right? If they haven't seen it yet, perhaps they've slept in, but if they haven't seen what's going on yet, alert those, potential targets. Look, you need to be smart about going out to your mailbox. Call your wife. Tell her any package that, looks suspicious, that raises questions, that is delivered to the front porch. Don't open it unless we know who the sender is. I think all those logical alerts will be going out before the end of today, probably within the next couple of hours, to people just to redouble their vigilance. Let's start with that. If we know of likely targets or potential targets, let's tighten it up on them. The Capitol Police, they have that protective responsibility for 435 folks on Capitol Hill. So going out to their district offices, raising the alarm with those folks, maybe putting out some detail about what these packages looked like, so that we know a little bit more by the end of the day. All of that should be going on right now.
Hey, Mary Ellen, a little bit earlier when you were talking about, who could be behind this, you started saying, the person, and you said, most likely a man. In a case like this, these bombings, have we only ever seen men doing this sort of thing? I shouldn't say bombings,
yes,
these bomb deliveries.
I can only think of cases that involve males. I'm sure there have been women out there, but the numbers are predominantly male bombers. But here's what's important. And through experience and through trials of error, we have learned not to exclude another gender. So if information comes forward that suggests this was a female, then they're not going to say, well, that's probably not the case because most bombers are male. So they will not investigate just because it could point to a woman. But it's also not... It's also not something that we would do to say that a partner of the bomber, someone that's familiar with the whole, this whole thing, might not be female. And I know that was the case in the up in Erie, Pennsylvania, a number of years ago, where the pizza delivery man had the bomb around his neck. Well, the ringleader of that case was a female, so not the bomb maker, but she was the ringleader. So women can play a role in these cases. It may not necessarily, however, be as the bomb maker, although it's certainly, they're not going to preclude that if evidence points in that direction.
No, we haven't heard from the president yet, have we?
We have not. We just heard from Sarah Huckabee.
And we do have a tweet from Ted Cruz. He says, violence is never okay. Reports of bombs sent to the homes of Obama, Clinton, and Soros are deeply, deeply disturbing. America is better than this. Political disagreements are fine, even healthy, but we should always be civil and respect each other's humanity.
It's a good message to remind people of. And I just want to, before we continue our reporting, I just got a text from a friend of mine, a close friend, one of my closest friends who's a producer at CNN, who is saying that the device was some kind of a pipe device with wires attached to it. That's all this individual knows. And so obviously we're going to continue to dig into that, and we can start to do that. Ron and Mary Ellen, stand by. We want to bring on Stephen Portnoy. Stephen is one of the rare occasions he is actually here in New York City with us. Steve, you're outside of Time Warner Center. I've been seeing some of your emails to our staff about what you've been seeing. Describe the scene right now.
Well, right now I'm speaking to you from the corner of 58th Street and 8th Avenues. This is just on the south side of the Time Warner Center, where there's a large and growing police presence led by the NYPD. But just a few moments ago, we did see members of the ATF arrive. That, of course, is the federal agency, the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives here to assist in this investigation. The presence of NYPD officers in the middle of 58th Street in between 8th and 9th Avenues appears to be, looks like 36 officers in and out of uniform. There are large police vehicles. This is clearly being taken very seriously, but I should tell you that vehicular traffic in and around Columbus Circle in this part of Manhattan continues to flow freely, with the exception of this block. So cars are moving in front of the Time Warner Center building in Columbus Circle, also alongside down 8th and 9th Avenues. Pedestrians are able to walk on the north side of the building, but not on the south side. So all of the activity is focused right here. And I'm speaking to you just in front of a piece of police tape alongside several dozen members of the press, including representatives of CNN, who were evacuated from this building within the last hour. There is no telling at this point from this vantage point exactly what is going on inside, but I can tell you just by seeing it, this is being taken extremely seriously by the NYPD. And
Stephen, you pointed out that you see folks from CNN there. So as far as you can tell right now, the folks that work at CNN are still evacuated. They're not being led back into the building.
As far as we can tell, from this vantage point on this side of the building, no one is being allowed inside. That said, there's a lot of commerce that goes on inside the Time Warner Center. There are, it's actually a large indoor shopping mall, as well as housing the offices of CNN and many other businesses. I cannot see from where I am right now exactly what is going on the other side, but certainly here on the south side of the building, things are pretty firmly locked down.
I suppose it's maybe good news that they're not sort of evacuating the entire area. Just to point out to everyone what you're looking at on the screen, the larger screen where you can see Stephen Portnoy's name, that's right outside of the Time Warner building, and that's the location where CNN offices are. But as Stephen pointed out, there are other businesses in that building. There's a large shopping mall, a Whole Foods, so it's a very, very, very active place. On the other side of the screen, where you see the smaller squares on the top, that's an aerial view of the Clintons' home. A package that was addressed to them was intercepted by somebody who's hired to screen their mail, and it was determined that there was a device in that package. And then the bottom is just outside of the Obama's home. You can see that there are barricades on the streets. Vlad and I are suspecting those barricades are probably there all the time to slow traffic down, specifically, and limit the type of traffic and the amount of traffic that goes up and down that street. And you know what we did notice too is that there are sort of cars winding their way past those barricades, so that area doesn't seem to be blocked off at all. But you know, the reports that we're hearing are that we are looking at 3 different devices, all very similar to a device that was mailed to George Soros's house on Monday. George Soros, as you may know, is a billionaire, a wealthy supporter of Democratic causes and many Democratic candidates, and also a frequent target of right-wing
ire. He's been,
right.
People from the right have been attacking him for years. And you know, we were talking earlier with Tom Steyer, who's another millionaire.
Just to point out, Soros wasn't in his home at the time when that bomb was delivered, but we're hearing now that former President Bill Clinton was at his family's home in Chappaqua when the package was intercepted. But Hillary Clinton was campaigning for Democrats in Florida. Okay, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was going to indicate that, you know, there are a lot of billionaires out there who are funding causes both for Democrats and Republicans. There are many out there who believe the reason why George Soros is typically targeted more than others is because it's anti-Semitism, right? But that is one of the, because there are a lot of billionaires out there, and they are not generally perceived as the boogeyman that he is. I just want to point out, you read a very eloquent statement from Senator Ted Cruz of Texas, who pointed out that political discourse in this country is a healthy thing to have, but violence should never be condoned. I want to point out that Ronna McDaniel, who is the the chairwoman of the GOP, so leading that party, has tweeted this: "We can have disagreements about politics without resorting to violence or intimidation. I hope that whoever is responsible for these packages is quickly brought to justice." So that is from Ronna McDaniel, who is the Grand Old Party chairwoman. And I've been looking on Twitter to see if we've gotten anything from Leader McConnell or Chuck Schumer as we track those leaders, because it will be incumbent on our leaders, including, as you pointed out, the president. I think you asked Anne-Marie if the president said anything yet. It will be incumbent on those leaders to assure people that even if things get heated, that it should never come to this. You know, I had somebody on my Instagram page recently post, I can't wait for the midterms. Every single Democrat should be voted out and voted off this country. And I just remember thinking to myself, like, you can be a Democrat or a Republican, but we're still all fellow Americans.
Right.
And how did it get to the point where you've got somebody who claims to love this country essentially arguing for a single party rule in this country, having only Republicans in office, which would, is not what America's all about.
Healthy discourse is what makes this country strong. Having two parties that push back against each other and check each other is what makes this country strong. I do want to say, we asked whether or not we've seen his tweet or anything from the president. We haven't, but we do have a statement from the White House that I want to just read again. We read it a little earlier. This is coming from Sarah Sanders. "We condemn the attempted violent attacks recently made against President Obama, President Clinton, Secretary Clinton, and other public figures. These terrorizing acts are despicable, and anyone responsible will be held accountable to the fullest extent of the law. The United States Secret Service and other law enforcement agencies agencies are investigating and will take all appropriate actions to protect anyone threatened by these cowards. So I think that's a very clear statement from the White House as well.
And look, Sarah Huckabee Sanders speaks for the President of the United States.
Exactly.
So we say President hasn't tweeted yet, but this is the President.
Right.
So, all right. Paula Reed has been tracking developments on this story since early this morning when it first broke. She's joining us now. Paula, what more are you learning?
As you just read, the White House has confirmed that there is now a federal criminal investigation into these various suspicious packages, these explosive devices that have been sent to a series of prominent Democratic figures. Right now, investigators are looking at whether this person or these people are specifically targeting Democratic figures and whether or not what's going on right now at the Time Warner Center there in New York, whether that has any relation. What we know now is that 2 explosive devices were found in mail sent to former President Barack Obama and former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton. The Secret Service says it discovered these devices during routine mail screenings, and they assure everyone that neither one of the first families was at risk of actually receiving these devices. But officials have confirmed to CBS News that the device sent to the Clintons' home is similar to one found at the home of George Soros, the billionaire philanthropist and liberal donor. Now, that device was discovered on Monday. Yesterday, the Clinton device was discovered, and earlier today, the device sent to the Obamas was intercepted. So that's an average of 1 a day so far this week, which is part of why officials are looking at whether or not this was a specific plan to target high-profile Democrats ahead of the midterms.
It is just, we've been saying this, Paula, as we've been sort of dissecting and digesting the news with our contributors, Ron Hosko and Mary Ellen O'Toole, as we get closer to what many people are calling one of the most consequential midterm elections in our lifetime, perhaps even in this, in the last century and a half, that the rhetoric has risen to the point where we're reporting on not only, explosive, or suspicious packages being mailed to former presidents and secretaries of state, but also members of the media. And I wonder, do we expect, Paul, at any point, I know you're very close to those over at the Justice Department, that we will hear it all from the Attorney General or anybody over at the DOJ?
On this specific issue, it remains to be seen. We have reached out. We've asked for a statement. Right now, the U.S. Secret Service is one of the key agencies. They are separate and apart from the Justice Department, but the Joint Terrorism Task Force is working alongside the U.S. Secret Service and other state and local law enforcement agencies to investigate this. It is certainly possible that we may hear something later today from the Attorney General.
All right, we'll keep an eye out on that from you, and we'll check back in with you a little bit later as you continue to dig into this really, really terrible situation that is developing here in this country. Yeah. Paula Reed, thank you. All right, we still have on the phone with us Ron Hosko. He is a former, so let's reset here. We're at the top of the hour. We have been reporting over the last, I'd say, hour and a half or so. The news first broke early this morning, around 9:30 or a little after 9 o'clock in the morning Eastern Time, that a suspicious package had been discovered at the home, the Chappaqua home of former President Bill Clinton, former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton. That news was quickly followed by another suspicious package that was discovered by the U.S. Secret Service at the home in Washington, D.C. of former President Barack Obama. We do know that the reporting is that these packages were very similar to one that was recovered at the home of philanthropist George Soros, one who has funded many, many Democratic causes over the course of his life. And then within about a half hour after we began reporting that, Jim Sciutto and Poppy Harlow, 2 CNN anchors, were on the air doing their morning broadcast when an alarm went off at the CNN headquarters in Time Warner Center right here in New York City. They quickly evacuated, and the news out of CNN that they had recovered a suspicious device in their news bureau, which forced an evacuation of the Time Warner Center and the entire staff that works at CNN. And so that is where we are today. One thing that is different from what we learned about George Soros, and Marie, and correct me if I'm wrong, you reported earlier that former President Bill Clinton was at home in Chappaqua when those packages were discovered, although Ron and Mary Ellen, you can help us reset at the top of the hour for our audience. There was never going to be a chance that any of these individuals, we're talking about the former presidents here, would have gotten their hands anywhere near these suspicious packages.
Well, certainly when it comes to President Obama or even the Clintons, they have Secret Service protection. But I am very concerned about the first bomb. Actually, looks like it was placed in the mailbox and not sent through the U.S. mail. And if that's actually correct, that means either the bomber or someone that's working with the bomber knows where that person lives, was in that neighborhood, and was able to get close enough to leave it either in the mailbox or someplace around the house where they found it. So that should be very concerning.
All right, Marielle and Rana, what I wanted to ask you about is that, we know that the Time Warner building has been evacuated. But so what happens now? It's one thing to have a package that goes to an individual's home. It's addressed to an individual's home. But a building like the Time Warner building, I imagine there are a number of massive mail rooms to cover, all the different companies that are in there. CNN is really just one of them. So what are authorities doing now in a building like that?
Yeah, they're going to have to evacuate a corridor, a safe corridor, to collect the device, to move that device to a safe location, and then to disrupt the device and start to collect evidence from it. That process may take a little while. So you're seeing the disruption over at CNN now. There's I think a very obvious potential that other businesses could be disrupted in a similar way, whether that is other mailrooms or media outlets, other locations. If this person decides, hey, look what disruptive capability I have, even if my device doesn't go off, look what I can do. And so I think law enforcement is very quickly going to put out the alert to other media outlets, certainly to other mail facilities where protectees have their mail screened. They're going to have to put out the alert very quickly. Here's what you ought to be looking for. Here's what you ought to do. A lot of that generally has been packaged up and put out by DHS in the past, where we generally, you can probably find these alerts, what to look for, with a potentially suspicious device, and put the public generally in a more forward-leaning posture that this may happen to you. Here's what you need to be looking for, and here's what you need to do in response.
I'm just looking again at CNN's Air, which is playing in our newsroom, and I can see what Stephen Portnoy, our CBS Radio News reporter, was reporting, which is that they still appear to be evacuated. I can see the anchors who were on the air when the alarm went off still outside of the Time Warner Center building. Here's something interesting, Ron. This comes to us from our producer, Michelle Langer. She received one of those emergency alerts on her phone, and I'm going to read it for our audience. It says, police activity, residents on West 58th Street between Columbus Circle and 8th Avenue, shelter in place immediately. So I asked her which carrier this is coming from, because I didn't get one. You didn't get one, did you? Either. So, it's kind of interesting that this emergency alert went out to her phone, and they are asking residents of the area to shelter in place. What do you make of that?
Well, again, I think that law enforcement, look, these alerts are not entirely seamless. What one may get, another may not, and you're in the same building or just across the street. But the important thing is, it's the obligation is then on law enforcement to create a safe path to get this potentially explosive device, keep it out of the way of the public, that some innocent is going to potentially be hurt by an explosion, shrapnel from an explosion. The echo of a blast. That's law enforcement's obligation, right? To create a safe corridor, to get this out of the city, get it to a safe location, and do their diagnostic work, do their investigative work in a remote location. That depends on citizen cooperation, not getting too close, listening to law enforcement's instructions, and helping them to create that safe corridor, just in the event of. Generally speaking, law enforcement's not going to want to disrupt one of these devices
in the public view or where the public is able to get hurt by even the act of disrupting. In the event that there is some sort of sympathetic blast, that their disruption doesn't work as planned, and you do have an explosion, they want to put out that alert to make sure the public is safe.
Yeah, that's the other thing. You know, you mentioned the public. I was thinking about the role in which the public will play moving forward in this investigation. Sure, there are surveillance cameras all over the place. Sure, you know, sometimes people get online and they rant and rave. But I imagine whoever's behind this has had personal contact with somebody who knows something. How important, you know, will that be moving forward in this investigation? The actual people who are on the lookout for behavior that, you know, stands out.
I think that is always important, Anne-Marie. We have talked about this, particularly with active shooters. Somebody out there has seen the buildup of activity by one of these folks. Here, if you know, we presumably have somebody who's been collecting the components of an improvised explosive device, black powder, pipes. You know, we've been talking about pipe bombs, whether that's black pipe. They've been at the hardware store. Somebody potentially sees them assembling the components, making the purchases, maybe acting furtively or suspiciously. Now's the time for all those folks who've seen something in the recent days to say, you know what? I think there might be something on my security camera. I remember this guy coming in. I don't like the way he was acting. He's a new customer. He's acted differently than other customers who are innocently reloading supplies for their gun. And I think I'm going to call the police and report it. That's exactly the sort of tips and clues that the police would encourage. They want those sorts of reports flowing in right now.
You know, Ron, all of us in this business have friends at other news organizations, and so now as all of us start to contact those individuals that we know at CNN, some reporting is coming out to us, and these are just sort of like little details, but I think they go to serve or they paint a larger picture of what we understand is going on. We do know from a source at CNN that they conducted a drill just for this very scenario just last week at CNN. Now, I don't know if that means anything. Every news organization over the course of the last year or so has beefed up security, has put into place measures, given what we've seen over the last couple of years in just the environment that we're in. But it is interesting that just last week they conducted a drill like this. And what we saw when we watched a little bit of that video of the live broadcast where the alarm went off, drills are important because everybody reacted in the way that if you're a fire marshal or if you're the NYPD who helps organizations implement these drills, they reacted exactly the way you'd want to see them react.
I just want to read, before you respond to that, Ron, a couple of other tweets coming out. One from the Secret Service, a clarification tweet. Now, we had not reported that there was anything going on with the White House, but clearly that was coming from someplace because the Secret Service tweeted out clarification. At this time, the Secret Service has intercepted 2 suspicious packages, one in New York and one in D.C. Reports of a 3rd intercepted package addressed to the White House are incorrect. We refer to our media statement. And I also want to point out that the Vice President, I believe, has also issued a statement. I just saw it here someplace. There we go. We condemn the attempted attacks against former President Obama, the Clintons, CNN and others. These cowardly actions are despicable and have no place in this country. Grateful for swift response of Secret Service, FBI, and local law enforcement.
The other information, Ron, that will be relevant to our viewers and to you specifically, this is reporting from our Pat Milton, a producer on our investigative unit here at CBS News, and she writes here that a law enforcement source has said that the devices in the packages were described as crude, low-ordnance explosive devices, but functional. So that's a key word. At least 2 of the devices were apparently made of pipe, wires, and black powder, which confirms the reporting of my friend who's a producer at CNN who texted that to me earlier. And the source said authorities are investigating the suspicious packages as being linked, and there have been no claims of responsibility. So, low ordnance. What is? I mean, I'm just trying to understand. If you really wanted to cause bodily harm to somebody, you wouldn't pack. You wouldn't provide, you know.
Yeah, I know. It seems like this would do minimal damage. I don't know,
We don't
Ron.
know,
You
but
can clarify, but it also seems like this would be something that would be simple for someone to put together. And if you really wanted to, you know, put together a bomb that was going to do a tremendous amount of damage, I think it might be a little more challenging, particularly to get that through the mail system.
Right. I mean, and it just strikes me as if you're angry and you want to send a message. I mean, message received, but what do you make of the information that we're getting?
Well, I think that there are devices that require relatively little sophistication to build. This may not be somebody who wants to, learn to be a chemist and build high explosives and take down entire buildings. This is somebody who wants to send a message. I'm angry right now. I'm going to assemble the requisite components today or tomorrow, and I'm going to have this thing in the mail the next day because I'm angry right now. So, again, the internet is a great resource, unfortunately, for building this sort of device. In recent years, certainly in the last decade or so, we've heard talk of people building MacGyver bombs, what's known as MacGyver bombs. They are improvised. They are simply constructed. They can do harm. Even a low ordnance explosive using black powder, put into a galvanized pipe with a couple of end caps on it, has the capability of taking off someone's hand, their arm, blinding them, disfiguring them for life, or taking their life. So we shouldn't be dismissive of a low ordnance, low energy bomb, because it too can maim or can kill. So we ought to take that seriously. Law enforcement is doing their job in taking that very seriously.
Let me point out again to our viewers, as we monitor responses now from elected officials and other people in this country, we do have a tweet now from House Speaker Paul Ryan. He tweeted this about 29 minutes ago. Those behind such reprehensible acts must be brought to justice. We cannot tolerate any attempt to terrorize public figures. I'm grateful to the Secret Service, Capitol Police, and all law enforcement who guard against these threats. And I think that the statements and the messages coming out of elected members, both of the Congress and the Senate, is important. But again, I think a lot of people who are going to be watching the reporting that is being done on this as we continue to get more information are going to say, well, why didn't you say something earlier about the rhetoric that is being used, the rhetoric that is being used by anybody. I mean, to sow divisiveness in this country. You know, it's not enough to just laugh it away and say, well, that's just so-and-so being, funny, or that's so-and-so just being themselves, that's what they are. They're blunt and they're raw, because at the end of the day, we get to a situation like this where, for whatever reason, there is an individual out there, and according to the reporting that we have confirmed, that these devices, these suspicious packages, are similar. And so now you're looking at George Soros, 2 former presidents of the United States, and a Secretary of State, and a person who ran for president twice, and an entire news organization that has been targeted. And we are reporting that those devices found are crude and contain very little explosive ordnance, but it doesn't matter. The fact that somebody would feel it necessary to conduct themselves in this way is something that I think a lot of people are shocked by.
So we have Matthew Horst, who's joining us as well. He's on the phone. He's a former ATF executive. We've been talking about these bombs, the fact that they're called low ordnance. And, Vlad and I weren't quite sure exactly what that meant in terms of low ordnance, because you hear the word low, you think, oh, I guess they wouldn't do a lot of damage. But, maybe, Matt, you can give us a little sense of, how dangerous these sort of bombs are, how seriously they should be taken, and how easy they are to make.
Right. Well, to your point, any IED, improvised explosive device, is dangerous. Some are designed to blow up mailboxes, and some are designed to blow up buildings. And it only varies in size and scope depending on the type of explosive that's used and the complexity that the device is created. So we can't take these things lightly, because even a small device can cause a lot of damage and kill people. And at the end of the day, Any type of targeting that's done with one device or multiple devices has to be taken very seriously by the government.
All right, Matt, stand by, because I want to bring in Fran Townsend, who's just joined us here at the table. Fran is a former Homeland Security advisor to George W. Bush. You've served in a variety of national security capacities, and you're also a CBS News contributor, Fran. Welcome for getting here so quickly.
Yeah.
We appreciate that. So you've seen all the reporting. Let me just get from you a macro view of what you think is happening right now.
Sure. I mean, look, given the closeness in time of the delivery of each of these devices, given that they're targeting clearly Democratic-leaning, supporting folks or political officials, there seems to be, one would presume, and they'll confirm this now as they look at the components of the devices, a pattern, right? This looks like it's one person or one group who are targeting these individuals. They'll look at the component pieces. They'll look for fingerprints. They'll look at all those pieces of a puzzle, if you will, to put together timing, intentions, the low ordnance, and as Matt well knows, while all these devices are dangerous, the use of words like low ordnance and crude suggests that these would not have had a large explosive effect. That does not mean, I want to quickly add, that they wouldn't have maimed or hurt someone. Most certainly they would have. But it tells you something about the individual bomb maker, right? This does not sound like it was a sophisticated or experienced bomb maker. Unfortunately, a lot of this information with the internet is publicly available. And as one explosives expert said to me, look, with a high school chemistry capability and the internet, you can make a crude device. But now they're looking for what the pattern is, what ties each of these devices together, where they would have, can you locate an area or a store where some of these component pieces were all bought together, and can you tie the devices together by their sort of physical makeup?
What about having the ability to have them delivered or sort of all at the same time, except for the George Soros one, which was a couple days ago?
Right. Well, it's interesting, right? Because you'll now look at what are the mail delivery systems at each of these. How long does it take a package? And you'll work backwards to try and say, were all these put into the system at the same time or in sequence? Was it meant to be over a couple of days and it just happened we found them around the same time? Those are all pieces of the puzzle, as I say, that the investigators will be looking at now.
Fran, let me ask you this. Just given the way things have been over the last couple of years, and not just since 2016, going back to the presidency of Barack Obama, was there ever a moment when you and other folks that you know in the intelligence field or even members of Congress, the Senate, sort of sat back and all sort of went like this? I'm crossing my fingers here, crossing my fingers and saying, look, you know, things are a little heated right now. We hope that the worst case scenario never materializes. Did you ever get that sense? Did you ever feel like that?
You know, not really. I mean, I worried initially when I was still in the White House and you were in the primary process, the Democratic primary process where you had Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama. I did worry when we had the first really, truly viable African-American candidate that it would bring out the worst, the ugliness in society. And we sort of pushed him to take protection sooner.
Right,
we
I
worried about
that.
him and his family.
That,
and as any candidate early in your political race, he was reluctant to do that. I think ultimately President Obama did that earlier than most to protect his family. And so that was perfectly understandable. That was the first time I really worried about kind of the ugly side of politics, the ugly side of these issues. And then you see something like Charlottesville.
Right.
And once that ugliness comes out into public, right, the public, we sort of almost become desensitized to it.
Yes.
We expect it then.
Right.
And so it creates what I call a more permissive environment for those who want to express this ugliness in a violent way to feel like they're empowered and emboldened to do that. And I think this is part of a buildup that we've seen, as you point out, Vlad, before 2016.
Sure. I mean, I actually thought, you know, back, you'll be very familiar with this, that, you know, after the 2000 election, I thought, wow, things are going to get a little heated. And actually, they didn't. I was living in France at the time, and I talked to some people, and people were angry, but they were like, well, that's just how the cookie crumbles. You know, we took it all the way to the Supreme Court, and we didn't win. So better luck in 4 years was the sentiment there, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
And you don't feel that anymore.
No.
Part of that is, look, we should be honest. This is exactly what the Russians wanted when they interfered. That is to create this sense of maybe I shouldn't trust the system. Maybe I shouldn't participate because it's rigged or it's somehow unfair. And so, you know, just creating that thought process is something of a success for the Russian government, and it further sort of emboldens these divisions. We know that on social media the Russians have tried to exacerbate these divisions, and this is the kind of thing that results from that.
Yeah, we always talk about how, that Russian interference or interference from outside forces, it's not about stealing the election or changing an individual's vote. It's about sowing chaos, and that's what I keep thinking when I look at this view right here. New York City, right in front of the Time Warner Center, people milling around trying to figure out, well, what am I supposed to be doing right now? I mean, this is chaos in the middle of controlled chaos in the middle of New York City. And I was also thinking about, the bomb going to George Soros, the president, and we talked about this, the president at his most recent rally, talking about the caravan, saying, I don't know, I think the Democrats might be, behind this, and giving that hand gesture of lots and lots of money. And we know that George Soros is a wealthy philanthropist, and kind of like throwing, one could see how that could be perceived as throwing fuel on this fire of division that has been burning now, for the last 2 years, basically.
I should tell you, an NYPD source shared with me that the package that went to the Time Warner building was addressed to John Brennan, the former CIA director in the Obama administration. And so that, too, is not so much targeting the media. It looks like targeting another member of a senior member of a Democratic administration.
That's interesting, because we were also talking about the rhetoric that targets the media, the fake news media, the idea that the media can't be trusted. And I wondered if that was part of that conversation, but now you give me something different.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, because so we see that these are now two former Democratic leaders, and George Soros, who funds Democratic issues. It is interesting to me too that the rhetoric, which is ratcheted up to include the news media. When we say Bill Clinton's a Democrat, Hillary Clinton's a Democrat, Barack Obama, they're certainly all Democrats. But if now CNN is included in this, whoever is doing this, and if it turns out that they are all linked, thinks that CNN is some kind of a Democratic, there's some kind of a link between the CNN and the Democratic Party.
No, and that's why I say to you, the NYPD, who's got the CNN package, and they've examined it, that CNN package was addressed to John Brennan, the former CIA director and former Homeland Security advisor to President Barack Obama. And so I think that is not, the CNN package does not appear to be, at this point, have been targeting the media itself, but John Brennan, who was a very senior Democratic
Is that what you were saying
that's
earlier?
That's what she just said. Yeah, you were having some issues with your earpiece there, but that's exactly what she was saying. But then it makes me wonder, well, are there any other bombs out there? Who else could be the target?
We
who
were
else has
Hasko
been very outspoken? We've only really just started to see Barack Obama hit the campaign trail for the midterm elections. Right. And now, as a result, we're seeing others as well, like Eric Holder, there are a number of other people who are sort of becoming more vocal.
And to me, it's interesting. Director Brennan is, for those of us who follow politics and who are read in about this stuff, and, he appears on cable news to make his point. But I just don't think that a lot of Americans would know who he is if the president of the United States, all past presidents, all the bluster from people on cable news, they never say anything. Occasionally, Barack Obama would point the finger at Fox News. Occasionally there were moments when, presidents are human and they lash out, and that was, what it was. But for the president of the United States to make a big deal out of revoking Director Brennan's top secret clearance, now everybody knows who he is. Everybody knows how he feels about things. I mean, you got to wonder about that.
That's right. And he has been outspoken. He's been on television. He's written op-eds, and he's been a very vocal opponent of President Trump, as have people like, you mentioned Eric Holder, former FBI Director Jim Comey.
Right.
You begin to say to yourself, all these people ought to be very careful about packages they're receiving right now until law enforcement understands where this is coming from and what the motivation is behind it.
We're looking at, I don't know if that's anything to do, but we're very close to the Time Warner Center, and we're still looking at a live picture right now of the Time Warner Center, and it looks like as if the presence has gotten actually a little larger, although what we originally had a shot of, just so our viewers understand what they were looking at, was the front face of Columbus Circle, and now that shot is the front of Columbus Circle, number 10 Columbus Circle, and the shot that we were just showing you about 2 seconds earlier is the side entrance of where the actual entrance to CNN is and where their parking garage is, which is where the mail goes.
Yeah, you know, it's funny that you hear sirens here in New York all the time, and we're watching a series of fire trucks and ambulances zip by us here, and you know, you just think, like, where are they going? What's going on?
That was a great point that Fran made. I hadn't thought about that, and now though it makes me worry about these other officials that we talked about, because I think we did have that question for Ron. How does, Fran, if you're in charge of Homeland Security, how do you decipher which threats and which individuals are going to be? You can't target you can't protect every single Democrat out there, although I'm guessing people like Director Brennan and others have much better security than, for example, somebody who's running in Georgia for the governorship.
But there are so many avenues to threaten people now. Now it's not about, you know, a letter and sort of messy writing being sent to you. I mean, the tweets that we get sometimes, Vlad, when we say things that we think are completely innocuous, you know, and they get somebody angry and they send an angry tweet to us. I just can't imagine.
Yeah. No, that's right. And so until we have more information, I think it's a frightening environment. You know, Leader Pelosi, who's very outspoken and very publicly known and has played a big role in the run-up to the midterm elections, she has a security detail. Her mail is screened, right? But if you're out of office, you realize once you're out, unless you're a former president, you don't have those sort of protections around you anymore. And you could understand people feeling much more vulnerable right now.
We do still have Matt Horace on the phone with us. He is a former ATF executive. He's joining us to talk about some of the sort of the mechanics here of these devices that have been now mailed to two former presidents, a former Secretary of State, and according to Fran, a former director of the CIA. So Matt, I mean, talk us through a little bit of the forensics that are happening with these devices. And, you know, one of the questions that I had earlier for Ron Hosko, I've been fascinated by the Theodore Kaczynski case for many, many years, and how he was able to evade and elude law enforcement for some, you know, over 20 years, while he was able to use the U.S. mail system to mail very, very deadly devices to individuals, and how long it took them to catch him. And so what kind of forensics are you looking at, or are the ATF looking at now, and what's changed since 1995 when Kaczynski was brought down?
Well, you know, a lot has changed. Number one, the seamless incident management has changed. So now you have all the organizations at the table at the same time in real time. And once you put all of these resources together, the government that I worked for 27 and a half years will figure this out. Once we determine how those devices were made, what types of wires were used, and where were they purchased, what type of explosives were used, where was that purchased, what type of materials were used, and where were they purchased, we will figure this out just like we did the Chelsea bombing and others, because the people that are supposed to be on the job are on it. And the other thing is communication. There's a lot more communication now through the JTTF and DHS, and you'll see all these resources galvanized within the next 24 hours, and I would predict that, you know, you'll find someone in cuffs very soon.
You know, I just want to let our viewers know that we were reporting earlier that only 3 levels of the Time Warner building had been evacuated, presumably the 3 levels that CNN has their news offices. Now the entire Time Warner Center is being evacuated. So I'm not sure what may have changed. Maybe it's out of an abundance of precaution, but the entire building is now being evacuated, and it's a skyscraper, and there are 2 towers too. So that's a serious evacuation effort underway right now at the Time Warner Center. You were just showing me something.
Yeah, so I'm just
Anne-Marie.
trying to get a little more information. This is being tweeted out. A local news reporter in Florida tweeted earlier that she's getting police confirmation that the police are investigating a suspicious package sent to Representative Debbie Wasserman Schultz in Sunrise, Florida.
So they're working on details.
Okay, we're getting a little bit of confirmation on that. Okay,
Fran
so
is
Fran's
nodding.
giving us a nod. So we have another suspicious package. Now, we don't know if it's a suspicious explosive package.
Right.
I mean,
No,
that could be almost just about anything. But it certainly appears as if this is nowhere near over.
And can one person do this? I mean, could you mail all these things through the U.S. Postal Service and expect that they would all arrive more or less at the same time?
Sure. I mean, right. And by the way,
I mean, I know physically I know you can do it, but I'm just like.
But mailing multiple packages gives you the confidence that if one doesn't get through, the others may, right? And so it gives you more avenues, right, and ensures a greater likelihood of success the more you put in the system.
Right. That's so then, I mean, again, Wasserman Schultz is
possibly sent to her office in Florida.
Right. So again, does the average American know Debbie Wasserman Schultz? Probably not. I mean, if you knew that she was running the DNC a couple of years ago.
I mean,
but because
during the 2016 election, I think people became very familiar with her name and this idea. A lot of the stories were about whether or not she was sort of exerting more political influence than she should within the Democratic Party. And certainly there were some people who were supporters of Bernie Sanders who were upset with her being at the helm.
All right. Yeah, that's a great point. Let's stand by all and go to our DeMarco Morgan. He is standing outside of Time Warner Center right now. DeMarco, we've been watching the images coming into us, and now we understand that initially just a couple of floors of the Time Warner Center were being evacuated, and now the entire building is under evacuation orders.
Yeah, and Vlad, you and I both know how busy this area is and just how many shops just in the Time Warner Center alone. So imagine the people who are on the inside of the CNN Center who just had to evacuate because of what's going on. Right here. Let me step out of the way. You've been showing these pictures here. Investigators all around here just trying to figure out what in the world is going on. We talked about the explosive device that they're trying to confirm that was indeed mailed here to the Time Warner Center. But the people who work here, they are standing out here aside, of course, on the other side of this tape with us. Many of them CNN employees are just afraid and frantic about what's going on because of the times and the days that we are living in now, especially when you think about the hatred and the rhetoric towards the press. But they've been talking about how this has always been a fear, especially when you work in the media, especially when you talk about terrorism and anything that has been going on here in New York and just across the country, and how we've been dealing with suspicious packages. And then you think about the situation that happened there in Texas. But let's go and talk about this area if we can. It's a very heavily congested area, especially during this time here at Midtown. So when you talk about this block here, this is 58th right here between 8th and 9th. When you talk about this block here just being blocked off, imagine what it's doing to just this area alone when it comes to traffic and people who are just trying to sort of get a glimpse of what's going on. You got a lot of people out here just taking pictures aside from the press, but that also can hinder the investigation here. So authorities have been sort of pushing everybody back, telling people to stay away. They know people are frantic. They know people want to get pictures and get a look and sense of what's going on. But again, we are here. You have a number of agencies here along with the NYPD who I can tell you this, even just with past situations and dealing with stories like this, they are very quick when it comes to sealing off a scene here. So they have done their job. Now the question is, what is the package? How dangerous is it? And if they can indeed get the situation under control.
DeMarco, just stand by. We want to just confirm something that Anne-Marie was reporting earlier from one of our from a reporter in Florida, which is that the offices of Debbie Wasserman Schultz, Congresswoman Wasserman Schultz, are being evacuated right now in Sunrise, Florida. So that is the news that is coming into us right now. As DeMarco, we take a look at the shot that you're showing us there, where we can see full-on anti-terrorism NYPD officers in the area. And yeah, this is a major evacuation. Fran Townsend, who's here with us, just pointed out that, as you know, DeMarco, there's a hotel. The Mandarin Oriental Hotel is in the Time Warner Center. There are people in their rooms. This is not just an office building. There are restaurants, there are shops, there are people working in that building, and this has become a major operation.
Yeah, Vlad, and not just people working in the building, but you also have residences here as well. There are people who actually live here and call this place home. We've actually been paying attention to what authorities are doing right now. They've been searching these vehicles. I don't know if you can see them off to my right here, but you can see this dog here sniffing some of the vehicles here, of course, erring on the side of caution. But you talked about the number of people who are in this area as well. You have the Hudson Hotel, which is not too far from where we are standing within this same block. So not just the Time Warner Center, but imagine living across the street or having a business in this area, how frightened you would be just knowing that something indeed is going on. We get reports all the time, especially when you're talking about the airport in Atlanta, JFK, suspicious packages, and you hear it so much to where it sometimes becomes, okay, you know what, is it a package? Is it just somebody, left a luggage behind or something like this? But when you hear that it's been mailed into a business, the Time Warner Center here, direct to CNN, and you think about the package that went
DeMarco, sorry, we're having a little bit of trouble
there in
with
Chappaqua.
We're having just a little bit of trouble with your audio, so let's let you reset that, and we'll keep talking to you. We have Fran Townsend here with us. Fran, and I don't want to be an alarmist here, but now that we're hearing reports of a member of Congress being targeted, are Democrats under attack today?
Look, that's
is
why
that
I say,
alarmist language?
Well, I think you've got to look at what's the population that are receiving these packages. Certainly, these are senior Democratic politicians or officials who have served either currently or previously, and those are the people. If I were now ATF and law enforcement, and I was looking at where else would I look to see if there were additional packages, that's the population of folks I'd be looking at, which is why I mentioned we talk about Eric Holder, you talk about Nancy Pelosi. And you're looking because that seems to be the target population of this effort and these pipe bombs. So yes, I mean, I certainly would be more alarmed if I was in the Democratic political leadership than the Republican political leadership today.
I mean, this fall into the category of domestic terrorism or attempted domestic terrorism?
For sure, absolutely. Look, and because of its timing, it is clearly intended to be disruptive to the midterm elections. Let's just be straight about that, right? Somebody's got an absolute intent to be disruptive during this very sensitive political time in this country, and it is plenty disruptive, as we see here in New York.
Yeah, it really
so now, you're making me think about these midterm elections. We've been saying all morning long that for many people, they are viewing this midterm election as one of the most consequential midterms in certainly our lifetimes. And I wonder, in addition to protecting all of these individuals, and they all have various degrees of power and responsibility within the Democrat Party, now you've got to also protect the election integrity of, polling. We hear all these stories about people saying that they can't get to the booths. And now, what if you're worried about the threat of violence?
Right.
It's not just being able to bring your ID and you're getting turned away because your ID.
But we should be clear, right? What we know at the moment, based on the facts that we have, is that these are targeting individual leaders, not polling places, not the election infrastructure. And so people ought to feel confident that they can go safely to vote and get out and not be harmed. We know from the DNI they haven't seen attacks as of now on the election infrastructure. They watch that very carefully. We do worry about, we know that there's an interagency group monitoring the election influence, right? The use of the Russians or the Chinese in terms of social media or other efforts. But the integrity of the infrastructure itself, we've been reassured, at least up to now, they're not seeing those sorts of attacks. And so people ought to feel like they can go safely, that their vote matters. Look, people, if they care about the American political system, ought to go and ought to be confident that they can go safely and have their vote counted.
I'm thinking about times that we've seen something similar. And Vlad, you brought up the attack on the Republican congressional baseball practice. Yeah, and the guy behind that, when you got into his social media, you saw that he was sort of outspoken politically, but he didn't stand out as somebody who, was organizing marches or really spearheading anything of note. The person who's behind this, could they be sort of quietly working away, seething about the things that they see, and maybe not be expressing themselves any other way but this?
Well, one of the things investigators, I agree, because we have enough devices now to work your way backwards, I expect this is in the wheelhouse of ATF. They ought to pretty quickly be able to decide where are the component parts from, are there any fingerprints, can you identify a suspect, and you'll know pretty quickly what the intent was, what they were trying to accomplish. But boy, the population, again, I come back to the population of people that is targeted, seems pretty clear that the intent here is to specifically target leading Democrats in the run-up to the midterm.
But I think, at a different time, when we didn't speak the way that we speak, somebody who might harbor this sort of sentiment to the point where they would want to sort of create this sort of chaos may stand out. But now so many people speak with such extreme rhetoric. rhetoric, the memes, the meanness.
Right.
I mean, people who normally don't act like that,
right.
They act like that online.
Right.
So how do you sift through all of that and find the real troublemakers, the real people of concern, particularly before they start doing something like this?
Well, and part of what you do is once, in this case, you identify the suspect, right, and you have an individual, you'll work your way backwards. Were there telltale signs? Was there social media? Were they politically active?
Yeah.
And you'll try to develop a sort of a framework in which you can apply then to others to try and identify them before they do it.
Right.
How important, you've advised presidents, Fran, how important, we did get the statement from Sarah Huckabee Sanders about what's happening, but how important is the president's voice in all of this?
Yeah, if I were advising this president, this would be the day to step out on the South Lawn in front of a microphone and personally condemn it. I think this is because this is meant to be divisive, and we've only seen it target Democrats. I think now more than ever, the president's leadership here to step out and say, and Mike, we should say the vice president issued a very strong statement condemning this.
Read it for us, yeah.
And so, but I do think the president personally needs to step out and have his voice be heard.
It is interesting, too, that the vice president was first with his own statement. I know that the press secretary speaks for the president of the United States, but Vice President Pence did have a very strongly worded statement that we shared with our audience earlier. And I think that a lot of people are going to be looking for that. And I think that this is, you correct me if I'm wrong, Fran, this is going to be a critical moment for President Trump because people are going to be looking at him more closely than they ever have. They've already been sort of studying his reaction to what's happened to Jamal Khashoggi, and now there's going to be a real sort of level of scrutiny that I don't think he's seen before as to what he does next. Not what he does like in a day or two, but what he does today.
Well, and there should be an opportunity for him today to make a statement. We understand that there is a meeting at the White House where the president is supposed to be briefed by Gina Haspel, the director of the CIA, on what she learned when she was in Turkey on the murder of Jamal Khashoggi. And so coming out of that, there is an opportunity for him to condemn this violence. And it also is an opportunity. Look, if I was there, I would bring in the Attorney General, leaders of the ATF, the Department of Homeland Security, and have the president get briefed on the status of the investigation, what are next steps, and how do we ensure the safety of others.
All right, Fran, just stand by for one moment. DeMarco Morgan has reestablished his audio and joins us again from the Time Warner Center, where you can still see a heavy police presence. DeMarco, what more are you learning about this evacuation underway?
Well, Vlad, it continues to be a fluid situation here. Again, we're being kept back away from investigators as they continue to do their job and get to the very bottom of this. We have learned that we are expecting a press conference. We should be hearing from the governor along with the mayor of the city of New York and also the police commissioner here, just waiting to be briefed on the situation to see if indeed it is what we're hearing, that it was an explosive device mailed to John Brennan here at the Time Warner Center at CNN. Again, I wish I could show you the what's behind the camera, but I can't right now because we're so sort of packed in here like sardines. But it's just people everywhere, along with the press, just trying to get a shot, trying to get a view of what's going on here. Again, we talked about it earlier, Vlad. We travel. I'm not sure about you, but I travel here through this block every single morning heading to work. It is always crowded with tons of people. It's a heavily trafficked hub area here for traffic in the city. So you can only imagine what people are thinking right now as we try to learn about what's going on. You talked about the Time Warner building, you talked about the shops, the many restaurants, and you also talked about the hotels in this area. There are also residential homes in this area, condos. People live in this building here. So we again are still just waiting. They had bomb dogs here sniffing these vehicles here that don't look like official vehicles. They may be, but they still had the dogs sniffing vehicles on this side of the block and the opposite block as well, just trying to err on the side of precaution. Trying to protect this area. But again, it is so packed on this side. And this is a main street here in Midtown. So imagine the traffic being rerouted, what it's doing at this time of the day. But again, authorities are sort of erring on the side of caution, trying to figure out what's going on.
All right, DeMarco, thanks a lot. I just want to point out to everybody, we reported that a suspicious package was sent to Representative Debbie Wasserman Schultz in Florida. Hillary Clinton is also in Florida, that she was not home when the suspicious package was delivered to her house or, was discovered. So she's also in Florida. She was scheduled to be at an event today at 11 o'clock with other prominent Democrats, including Debbie Wasserman Schultz, right? So that's sort of slowly connecting things together. We also know that all three of the devices are quite similar. They're going to be going to FBI labs, and they're going to be taking a look, Fran, as you know, at the components, right?
That's right.
I think wires, powder, how much can you tell from the components, but is there a lot?
Yeah, there actually is. So the tubes, where the tubes came from, how they were cut, the wires, how they were attached to the tube and the black powder, right? The makeup of the black powder explosive. All of those are signatures. They have signatures that are particular to folks at ATF, and especially who understand where can you get these components? Were they all obtained in the same place? Was it the same bomb? You'll be able to know looking at these, was it the same bomb maker? And so they'll learn a lot. In the next 24 hours, I'd be amazed if they didn't have a whole lot more understanding about who this is and perhaps specifically who the perpetrator is.
I had a question earlier, and it wasn't, and I know it's hard to know, but CNN is one thing, learning that something has been mailed to CNN that is suspicious, but why do you think members of the public became aware so quickly of these packages to these former presidents? Is that something that law enforcement generally does because they want to create an awareness out there? Because we know that former presidents, former politicians, probably you, get all sorts of weird things in the mail on a regular. If you didn't have a camera on Fran, she just sort of rolled her eyes when I said that. You get. I mean, when I worked at CNN, Anderson Cooper got a lot of weird stuff in the mail, and I just wonder when is it that law enforcement makes a decision that the public should know about this or a specific threat?
So I think what happened here is when you get two a former president and a former presidential candidate, and Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama, within 12 hours of one another getting similar devices, because the Secret Service was in a position to know they'd both gotten it and they were similar, to put out word so that other Democratic officials who may not have this level of protection are aware of it and know to be cautious with their mail.
Yeah, that's really interesting because and that's something that we were talking about, which is what would be the rationale for that. And now, as we are learning that Debbie Wasserman Schultz has had her office evacuated in Sunrise, Florida. This was probably a good thing.
Yeah, we're learning also that NYPD has dispatched officers sort of throughout Manhattan at other media outlets. There's some interesting information on Twitter. I think that we should maybe confirm it before we sort of go out there, but we know that for sure, as a precaution, officers and police are basically anywhere that there's a possibility that there could be a vulnerability, they're headed, particularly media outlets. I'm sorry,
Paul Violas is joining us. Paul,
okay, there you go.
You were watching scenes right here in New York City. You're a former NYPD. What is happening right now? Tell us sort of the steps that are happening from a local law enforcement perspective here.
Internal and external perimeter setting at this point, and the police at NYPD is going to work in conjunction with ATF and the FBI. And as always, Fran is entirely on point with respect to ascertaining the signature of the bomb maker itself and if there's consistency in the different devices. The biggest thing that they're going to look at right now actually is examining the genesis of these packages, and if they have that. What I mean by that is, being that there has not been a detonation, then there's a significant amount of evidence that's going to be available to experts and law enforcement to go back to forensically, to go back to hopefully if they can see where the early stages of this was sent from. Obviously, you're going to have a variety of different agencies. I mean, for our viewers' understanding, you have a variety of different agencies from around the country that are working on this right now as we speak. There's a command center that's been established. And there'll be at least 2, if not 3 different bomb experts to begin investigating the makeup and the composite of the devices themselves. And if, in fact, there's consistency, and the biggest part about the consistency is the makeup, the composite. Is it exotic or is it organic? Was it easily attainable as far as the ordnance itself? or was it not? And that's going to have an awful lot to say about what the agenda is, lawmaker or makers, the people that sent these.
Yeah, and Paul, we should point out, so as we watch these scenes developing at Time Warner Center, and we can now report that the Governor Cuomo, the Mayor of New York City, Bill de Blasio, and the Commissioner of the NYPD, Commissioner O'Neill, are set to speak at some point. And I'm just wondering, and Fran, you can jump in on this too. I mean, is it simply because this is such a massive building, there's so many people, there's so many different businesses, there's a media outlet there, that the governor of the state of New York needs to weigh in on this? I mean, I'd understand the mayor and the commissioner, but now you've got Governor Cuomo weighing in on this. Is this
also a prominent Democrat,
Yeah.
sort of in a fight for his own position?
Right, and I attribute that more to the sort of rivalry between the mayor and the governor than to the event itself, frankly. I think there's more politics at play. One of the things worth noting, I had confirmed with a source that the package at CNN was addressed to John Brennan. We should tell our viewers John Brennan isn't a contributor at CNN.
Right.
He's a contributor at MSNBC.
Yeah.
And so if I am NBC and MSNBC, I'm concerned about my mail, right? Because this package was actually misdirected if it was intended for John Brennan. And so I think it's a good sign, and I think that's part of why we're seeing the NYPD deploy to other media outlets.
Yeah. And so, Paul, what do we expect to hear, knowing that this still is an ongoing operation? I mean, for all we know, there's still, as Fran just pointed out, there are multiple, opportunities here for somebody who has nefarious intention in New York City. So what do you expect to hear from Commissioner O'Neill? The all clear, or that, we're still, in a sort of lockdown mode?
I think what you're going to hear, the DCPI is going to tell the Deputy Commissioner of Public Information is going to tell the commissioner to make sure he keeps his cards close to the chest. This is not a time to be disclosing any kind of information other than what's already readily available, because you can rest assured whoever's responsible for this is watching and listening. So if they have any information that's relative to this particular investigation or the furtherance of the investigation, they're not going to share it with us at this point. I think they'll give you a decent amount, Vlad. I think that they'll provide a certain amount of information that will just really kind of illustrate what the path is that they're going to go down, the trajectory of the investigation. But I don't think we're going to get any meat and potatoes at this point, and nor should we, actually.
Do you expect that this person wants to be found?
It's too early to tell that. It's entirely possible, Emery. I mean, it's entirely possible, but that would really speak to the behavioral makeup of the individual themselves. But clearly, it's the safest bet that we have, as sure as we're all talking right now, that whoever is responsible for this, if it's one person or several people, that they're watching and listening to everything that's being said and done on the media.
Yeah, Fran's nodding that this is part of what they wanted to happen, so they're going to be watching. Yeah.
Well, this is a trophy to them. I mean, you think about it. Listen, they're doing this for attention, and we know, certainly, from a behavioral analyst standpoint, this is an attention-seeking type of opportunity. And I think it's humorous when I hear what Fran was saying about that they sent it to the wrong network. I mean, obviously it speaks to a little bit of the IQ of the person that's sending it, and I'm sure that's going to be part of the investigation.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, this is really going to come down to the fact that nothing was detonated. And the other part about this, to Vlad's earlier point, the fact that it was detected. And I really think that that's something we should drill down on, because that's really good work right there. The fact that these were detected before they were detonated, I think that's really important.
All right, we're about to show our viewers, and I was looking at this earlier on the feed. I was wondering what this was. So this is apparently one of the devices that was recovered. In which device, Sharon, is this one? The New York City one, so the one that was removed from Time Warner Center. So I guess, Paul, where are they taking this thing?
Well, it's a good question as to who's going to take the lead. I would assume that NYPD would take the lead. But depending on the makeup of the composite of the ordinance itself, it could be ATF. So I really don't know. But you can rest assured that there are two undisclosed locations in New York where NYPD's bomb squad will use to analyze such a device. And obviously for obvious reasons that particular location is not disclosed. But that's probably where they're going to go at this point in order to investigate it further.
Fran, presumably the president is being briefed as all of this is happening. And, as Anne-Marie was able to figure out that Debbie Wasserman Schultz's office was being evacuated through Twitter because there's a local reporter in Florida who, was sort of first on the story to report that out. are there? The president will be made aware of things that are happening that we, the members of the public, do not know. Is there anything that he can do at this point? I mean, we talked about the public statements, but is there anything that that he can direct law enforcement to do, or is it just, here's what's going on, Mr. President?
Yeah, at this point in the investigation, because it's so quickly unfolding, the president's getting briefed, but he doesn't need to direct it, right? You've got a Secretary of Homeland Security and an Attorney General. Presumably the departments and the experts are doing their jobs, and most important now, because of the one pipe bomb in New York City, it's the coordination between the Secret Service, who's got some of this, the FBI were the first ones alerted to the George Soros bomb, and the NYPD is the first ones alerted to the New York bomb. So the most important piece right now is as you what we call interrogate the packages, that is, examine and investigate it, is the sharing of the transparent sharing of real-time information, so that everybody understands the connections between these devices.
Now, as we're getting sort of more and more information, I can't help but to think this can't be pulled off by one person. I mean, it just seems too organized. The timing is just too close. But I don't know, Fran, could one person do all this?
Yeah, I mean,
we're talking about 3 different states, right?
Right, except you're throwing things in the mail. If you're throwing them in the mail, you can do this all at one time. It's not hard. The interesting thing is that they've arrived so close in time, right? We've discovered them all very close in time. And so, as I say, pulling back the pieces, right, and trying to put them together, was that intentional? Did they want them to all land at one time? Was that accidental? They intended this to be over several days? Not clear. We just don't know yet.
And I know that we have been sort of shying away from making this a political discussion, but again, I look at the language. It's the question that I had from Mary Ellen O'Toole about the language that has been used over the course of the last couple of years, because even though things got heated in the wake of, Bush v. Gore in 2000, Barack Obama's presidency, certainly divided a lot of people in this country. But the language that is used now, where I just noticed, and we haven't talked about it a lot because there's this, but the president tweeted this morning his support in the Georgia gubernatorial race. He tweeted, "Brian Kemp will be a great governor of Georgia. Stacey Abrams will destroy the state." I mean, destroy the state. That you could say, she'll be terrible for healthcare. She'll be terrible for a variety of political policy decisions that people care about. Destruction of the state. I know it's just the president, being Donald Trump, I should say, but language like that for somebody who's motivated, who's dedicated, could that serve as a trigger?
Yeah, look, I'm sorry to say, but in the world of the President Trump's tweets, this is sort of mild. I mean, we've seen much, much more acerbic, sharp sort of language from him. I just don't, it's a lack of sort of the civilized dialogue, right? I can disagree with you without being disagreeable. That seems to have gone away, right? In my day in Washington, yes, we had policy disagreements, but I didn't disrespect you.
I just feel though that, but to that point, Fran, when we were watching the Kavanaugh hearings, there were moments, because we basically were watching it start to finish, right? And you would notice moments between Senator Feinstein, and you'd see moments between her and Ted Cruz or other Republicans. In other words, Democrats and Republicans, like, not chummy, but they've been in this for a long time together. They know each other very well. That is sometimes not on display on social media, in campaigns. And so it made me feel as if there is perhaps a class of politician out there, both Democrat and Republican, who has no idea how terrible it's gotten at sort of the levels where they are no longer sort of playing. They're not, the world has moved away from the Tip O'Neills and the Ronald Reagans. Tip O'Neill going over to the White House and having a beer with Reagan and talking about like the glory days, right?
Or bring up Kavanaugh, Jeff Flake, right? I mean, the reason that there was an FBI investigation is because you had both sides coming together and saying, listen, we got to stop this right now just for a moment. Let's take a breather.
Right.
Yeah, I think that there's certainly a possibility that they may not know, but I'm sure they see the emails and letters and tweets, and they probably are aware of the way the dialogue has sort of ratcheted up, for sure.
I think they're aware, but I just don't think that, that I mean, the idea that, a Pat Leahy or somebody who's in their 70s or 80s is aware of what we see every single day on Twitter and on, the cable news networks and on, in other forms of media outlets is, I think, just different. I had a guy, I think I told you this, Anne-Marie, I posted a picture of our interview with Jim Comey. I just posted a picture of that on Instagram. I didn't say anything. I just said, James Comey stopped by to talk about his book, and I got the chance to interview him. And somebody that I hadn't spoken to in over 30 years wrote the nastiest comment on my Instagram using all sorts of vile language, and he wasn't really directing it at me, he was directing it at Comey. And I responded to him in an instant message, privately. I said, hey, you can my Instagram is a public Instagram, so you can say whatever you want, but do you have to use such my little 7-year-old nephews are following me on Instagram, right? I mean, you can hate Jim Comey, but all this language, and he wrote back, oh, I'm sorry, I get so angry sometimes, and I'm just well, but he's an American, I'm an American, you're an American. You could say I can't stand this dude, and leave it at that. I get it. I don't understand if you said that, and I just remember thinking to myself.
Or you could just swipe away and go to the next picture. Yeah, exactly.
I just thought to myself, man, we're at a point right now where people are so angry that they're advocating vote every single Democrat out of office because that would make the world a better place, I guess.
Can I point something out? We talked about how the vice president, tweeted out a really sort of strong statement. Well, the president tweeted in response to that.
Oh, is that
right? He retweeted Vice President Mike Pence's statement, and he tweeted, I wholeheartedly agree. Or I agree wholeheartedly.
So that's something.
Now, that is something. I know the White House has issued a statement, and the White House speaks for the president, but I kind of feel it would be nice to get a clear statement directly from him, considering we've seen him on Twitter all morning long. We've heard from his vice president. We've heard from his daughter. We've heard from all sorts of other people. It would be nice to hear something from the president directly.
We, all of us who've been following and reporting on this president over the course of the last couple of years, and even before that when he was a candidate, and even before that when he was a real estate magnate, this strikes me as it's perfunctory. I did it. I agree. I support. Yes, Russia meddled in our elections, but it could be China. Yes, I laid down the birtherism issue, and yes, he's born in this country, but I don't really believe. I mean, this strikes me as for a lot of people, it's not going to be a sign of leadership. Something we talked to General Stanley McChrystal about leadership. Fran, hold on one second, because we do have Matt Horst with us still on the phone. We're going to lose him in just a little bit. So, Matt, before you go, just any final thoughts on these devices and where they are headed, at least the one that we just saw on its way somewhere in New York City, and what next steps will be to deciphering who may have sent it?
Well, once the incident commanders make a decision as to who's going to evaluate the devices, I would believe all of them are going to be sent to one single location so they can compare the devices, compare the components, and what explosive, if any, was used. The investigators are going to be following up on leads all day. They're going to try to be determining where these devices were mailed from and try to nail down and identify some suspects. But, in many of these cases, these bomb makers aren't the brightest bulbs on the tree. So, again, with all the resources of the federal government and local state police, we will put somebody in cuffs fairly soon.
All right, Matt Horst, you're a former ATF executive. Thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
Have a wonderful day. Bye-bye.
You too. Thank you.
We want to take you to Hillary Lane now. She is in Chappaqua. That's where the Clintons live. She's spent the morning heading up there and is joining us now with the very latest. Hillary, what's it like up there, and what have you learned so far about this?
Well, there is an increased security presence. I could tell you that we've seen multiple Secret Service vehicles and a chopper overhead as a precaution right after that package was sent. And the Clintons, we know Bill Clinton was home when that package was directed here, but it never made its way to the home. So these packages were intercepted by the Secret Service during a routine mailing check. The Secret Service saw the packages, flagged them as potential explosive devices, so they never arrived here at the Clintons' home. And the same with the package that was sent to former President Barack Obama. The same thing, it was screened, it was flagged, and the Secret Service say that neither the Clintons nor the Obamas were ever at a risk for getting those packages delivered to their home. But here at the Clinton household, we can tell you there is quite a beefed up security presence just as a precaution at this time.
All right, Hillary, we're going to keep checking in with you as you continue your reporting there from Chappaqua. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. Fran Townsend is still here with us. She's a former national security advisor to George W. Bush. And Fran, before we went to Hillary and Matt, we were talking a little bit about the president's response, and I'm just sort of starting to see the responses to his response. And, as you can imagine, there are just random people that I've never heard of, but I'm looking specifically for responses from people who are either in government or former government officials, and so far nothing yet. But all the responses that I'm seeing right now are negative, sort of people saying like this isn't enough.
It's not enough.
We should clarify. The White House issued a very strong statement. I just don't want people to think that we didn't hear anything from him. But we know that he is, he delivers very personal messages on Twitter, and so that's why it's particularly disappointing.
About Kanye West,
right?
About people he doesn't like, about reporters, Joe and Mika, whatever. And this is, this is the vice president, and I'm going to read the vice president's statement that he put out there earlier. He put it out at about 11:14, so about an hour ago. We condemn the attempted attacks against former President Obama, the Clintons, CNN, and others. These cowardly actions are despicable and have no place in this country. Grateful for the swift response of Secret Service, FBI, and local law enforcement. Those responsible will be brought to justice. We also saw a statement earlier from House Speaker Paul Ryan, much similar in tone. And yes, President Trump did release a statement through Sarah Huckabee Sanders, or Sarah Huckabee Sanders had a statement from the White House. But as Fran pointed out, I think, a lot of people are going to be looking. And look, he may do it. I mean, this is still early in the investigation. Come out and say something to the public.
And in fairness, right? So in an unfolding, in the example of a terrorist attack, we would often say to the president, wait till we know more.
That's very true.
Right? Let us know more so that you're not going to make multiple statements, but that you're reassuring the American people we have a handle on it.
Yeah.
We've stopped this, and to comfort them, basically. And so it may be that the vice president's statement is out there. Sarah Huckabee Sanders issued the statement on behalf of the White House, and that the president's waiting to personally come out and make a statement to have more information, to understand, can we connect these multiple devices? Is it a single bomb maker or a single group? It may be that he's being discouraged from doing it right away and wait for more information.
And really, we seem to be in the middle of it.
Right.
And perhaps you're right, it would be premature to make a statement. We're discovering new information sort of every hour, right?
For sure.
Yeah, so for example, the vice president's statement talks about the bomb being directed to CNN before he understood it was addressed to John Brennan, the former CIA director.
Right.
And so to avoid the president making an inadvertent misstep, it could be that he's being told, let's just wait a little bit until we have more information.
And I'll just make this reference, and then we'll move on from just talking about this specifically with regards to President Trump. But I pointed this out earlier to Mary Ellen O'Toole, who's an FBI profiler, that back in 2016, when he was not president, so I want to stress that he was not president, but he was running against Hillary Clinton at a rally, he made an oblique reference to the Second Amendment. He said, he was talking to the crowd, and he said, if Hillary Clinton is elected president, she gets to pick judges. Right. And then he went on to say, as the crowd began to boo, he said, well, there's nothing you can do. And then he said, well, the Second Amendment people, maybe there is. I don't know. That's a direct quote. I'm going to quote the candidate Trump. If she gets to pick her judges, nothing you can do, folks. And as the crowd started to boo Hillary Clinton, he quickly added, although the Second Amendment people, maybe there is. I don't know. And again, he was a candidate. He wasn't president. But his language isn't really, nothing has changed from the way that his discourse over the course of his presidency. And again, I'm just wondering if you are somebody and you already are angry at Democrats, even though the president has so much that he can say he's delivering on to those people who wanted him to be president of the United States. 2 Supreme Court justices that are conservatives. A bold tax plan is the way that they see it. ISIS is on the run. There's a couple of things he can point to and say, here I am winning. And language that he's used, destroy Georgia. I just wonder if there's somebody who's out there who's not doing well mentally. They hear this stuff and they go, yeah.
But in fairness, Vlad, if there's somebody out there not doing well mentally who's on the edge, almost anything could trigger them.
Then what about what we saw in Charlottesville?
Right.
When he says, on both sides, people say, well, he's really clearly not condemning it outright.
Yeah, look, I would have been, I think there's virtue in the president showing real leadership and being crystal clear on the moral judgment, the values judgment here about violence is not the way to express yourself, period, full stop. Right? We don't judge each other on race or creed or gender. That is unacceptable in this country. It's not our values. And so I believe that the president should be, from a leadership point of view, far clearer. But you don't know what triggers these people. So my only caveat here is, we will figure this out.
Yeah.
We will know, but we don't know right now. Is it the level, the sort of low level of discourse that we see in this country right now, or is there some other personal mental imbalance?
And we may never know.
Right.
I mean, it could be anything from the far-fetched that some foreign national is doing this in an attempt to get us to talk about things that it's what you said earlier, friend, which is that whatever is happening in this country has very little to do necessarily with the way we treat each other, because we are all Americans, we're all united in this. As MLK said, we're in this ship together, and we've got to, I'm paraphrasing, but that as long as we can have these discussions about why I don't agree and why you don't disagree and how angry we are at each other, that other side is winning.
So listen, we're getting a little more information about the package. It's just a little nugget, but every little bit I think is really interesting. CBS News has learned that the return address on the suspicious packages containing explosive devices was Debbie Wasserman Schultz's return address.
Say that again?
The return address was Debbie Wasserman Schultz's address.
So the return on the packages to
is that
Clinton
it? That's pretty interesting.
It is interesting. I mean, and it's a way of thinking that they're more likely to get through if the package is from another Democratic leader, right? It's less likely to raise suspicions if it's coming from her.
That is interesting.
Clearly, somebody, to the point of one of the earlier commentators, not a brain surgeon here, because that
doesn't matter, right? To the Secret Service,
it's still getting screaming, right? I'm still going to go.
No one's going to think she sent a pipe bomb in the mail.
Sort of see if I make it seem as if it's from Debbie Wasserman Schultz, why would they screen it? They're friends.
Right, totally. On the phone we have Michael Sullivan. Michael, you're a former NYPD, I think, a special investigator, I believe.
Yes, ma'am.
So listen, Michael, we've been talking all morning long about the investigation part of this. How do you, what evidence do you look for to zero in on who's responsible for this? And I also understand, there are many levels of law enforcement involved in this investigation. What would the NYPD be doing?
Well, the first thing they do is secure the security area and make sure that they get everybody out and evacuate everybody safely and get the civilians out and get everybody away from it. The first thing they do is try to identify the package and see if there's any imminent chance of it exploding. The interesting part about all of these packages, from George Soros' house to the Clinton residence and now CNN and possibly Debbie Wasserman Schultz's office, is the fact that right as of now, as of this point, they haven't identified any explosive materials. These could be faux bombs. These may be packages to look like bombs, but we don't know yet. Most bombers that I know years ago, they would bomb makers who want to destroy property and maim and kill people rarely telegraph their intentions by mailing them. They placed them to cause damage without announcement, especially in this post 9/11 era where all mail rooms and public places have major security in place. All mail is screened, even in just regular corporations. Companies are screening everything. So, this is unlike the 5 devices that were exploded in Texas last March. They were just placed and sent via FedEx and such to explode without going through any mail facility. So that's usually what happens. The local police department, for example, that was sent to George Soros's, the bomb that was sent to Soros's last week. As of now, there's not been any explosive material identified in it. It was destroyed by the police without taking it apart. So there'll be some forensic evidence coming forward from that. But as of this point, we really don't know if the device was real or not.
You're looking at that is really interesting, and because to that point, the shot that we're showing right now, our viewers, is the NYPD bomb squad that is now, according to our reporters who are there on the scene, pushed reporters back from the area that we originally saw DeMarco at, which was side entrance on 58th Street there, to the front of Columbus Circle. It looks like, or a little further away, where we expect that there's going to be a press conference at about 12:45. So we're going to be keeping an eye out on that. But if you're just joining us here at the half-hour bottom of the, or close to the half-hour mark at noon here, let's just reset a little bit for our viewers to explain exactly what is going on. At about 9:15, 9:30 this morning, U.S. Secret Service and federal law enforcement became aware of a suspicious package that had been delivered to the home of the former Secretary of State and presidential candidate Hillary Clinton, as well as former President Bill Clinton. Very soon after that, we learned that a similar package had been sent to former President Barack Obama's residence here in Washington. And then at probably a half hour later than that, a CNN anchor team was on the air. The fire alarm went off in the CNN offices at Time Warner Center right here in New York City. They evacuated the building, and now what you're looking at is a full-on evacuation of the entire Time Warner Center, which is a skyscraper, two-building skyscraper in the heart of Manhattan here, where we expect that there will be a press conference. And then, as we learned what was happening here at CNN, we discovered that there had also been a suspicious package that had been delivered to the offices of Congresswoman Debbie Wasserman Schultz in Florida. Her offices were evacuated. And just to sort of put a button on this, Ed O'Keefe, our congressional correspondent, is reporting that so far, senior congressional aides that he's speaking to say that there are no reports of any suspicious packages being delivered to Capitol Hill. So they've been doing random checks of a half a dozen House and Senate Democrat lawmakers, and this is as of noon. So just a little over 25 minutes ago, neither Capitol Police nor the House or Senate caucuses had conveyed any official warnings or any information regarding anything that's transpired today. They weren't aware of any of their colleagues, in other words, Democrats, receiving any suspicious mail either, at least not in D.C.
That's great.
And that's all that happened today. But on Monday, George Soros received a very similar package. It was described as something like a pipe bomb. We had heard, Michael Solomon's still on the phone, we had heard that there was some sort of explosive powder in it, and that the bomb squad deliberately blew it up in sort of a wooded area. But that's where this all started. It started Monday with George Soros. He wasn't home at the time. It was discovered by somebody who works in his home.
Well, there's a couple of things that you have to understand, too. I mean, I know you mentioned that the police are going to have a press conference soon and everything else. The first thing we do in an investigation is we try to keep things close to the vest, and by that I mean that we don't try to reveal too much at this point in an investigation for a couple of reasons. One, it could impede the investigation. I'll tell you how that can happen. And two, you don't want to give any information out there that some defense attorney can use down the road that'll defeat the ends of justice. You don't want to do that. The other thing is, for example, let's look at if you remember the San Bernardino shooting, almost 2 years ago. I was on the air with that one, and everybody was telling us that, the guy's wearing a black jacket and he's driving this car and everything else, and the press was going crazy. They were putting stuff out on the air. And these guys, the perpetrators, they listen to the news. They know that if you tell them there's a guy running down the block in a red and white check shirt and he's got a gun in his hand, the first thing he's going to do is get rid of his shirt and or jump in another car and carjack another car. So you don't want to put too much information out there. And you don't want to, as I say, you don't want to defeat the investigation. And the first thing you got to look at in an investigation is you got to try to find a common denominator. Yes, the devices look similar. That's true. But what's the other common denominator we're looking at in these cases? It's all liberal media and Democratic candidates and former Democratic political operatives who have been targeted in this. There hasn't been anybody else. So you have to say to yourself, why is this coming? So the first thing the police are going to do is they're going to try to talk to all of these people who devices have been sent to and say, hey, have there been any threats made against you? Look at the media outlets of the candidates. Have you gotten any, even on social media? Somebody may have made a threat somewhere. So there's a ton of work that has to be done looking at social media. There's so many social media outlets today that it's almost impossible to go through it all. So that's what has to be done.
And Michael, just to your point, and I didn't say this when I was giving a debrief of what had occurred over the course of the last couple of hours, Fran, but we should point out to our viewers that package that was sent to CNN was actually addressed to the former CIA director, John Brennan. So originally the reporting was, another media organization has received.
Another news organization is saying that it was addressed to Debbie Wasserman Schultz. So what's the answer here?
What it was, Michael, was that the return addresses?
Oh, the return addresses, right? Okay.
Were Debbie Wasserman Schultz,
well,
including on the package sent to George Soros. And the package, the NYPD has shared pictures with
Sure.
the FBI and the feds. The
Well, there's a
packaging is
reason for it.
almost identical in the package sent to George Soros as the one that CNN got addressed to John Brennan. And so,
You know, doing that is no different than you getting a robocall on your phone. You say, I'm not going to answer this call. It's an 800 number, and it's coming from Taiwan. So, you know, you send something. If your phone lit up and it was Debbie Wasserman Schultz and you were working for CNN, you'd pick it up. So the same thing with the return address. You know, you're not going to look twice at the package if it comes from Debbie. So
except that the Secret Service will.
Does.
Yeah, the Secret Service would, but
right.
You know.
Right.
Yeah, but that's what Fran was pointing out, that, you know, possibly an attempt to get this package, you know, to the hands of the recipients that were on there, because they would think, oh, this is another Democrat. I know Debbie, we're good friends. Why didn't she tell me she was sending me a package?
Exactly, right.
Right.
Yeah, surprise, right.
Yeah. Michael, stand by for just one moment. Fran's got to run. Thank you so much for all that you've shared with us today. Just final thoughts. I mean, hopefully this is the end of it, and law enforcement will be able to get about the business of trying to find out who did this, but it might not be. And so what do you think?
we should know in the next couple of hours if there are any other undiscovered devices sent to other recipients. We should know more about the ties between the devices. We know at least on 2 of these packages that they looked identical. I suspect law enforcement already knows whether all of them look identical, and they will know certainly by the end of the day, are the component pieces the same and were they constructed the same? And they have a ton of leads to do, a ton of field work to do to identify the person who sent them.
Fran, we couldn't do our jobs without you here, because you've provided so much information and analysis, and also you've sort of cooled our heads sometimes when we've gotten ahead of ourselves, because I think it's human nature when you don't know what's going on, right. Your mind fills up with all sorts of possibilities, and having somebody like you who spent their years in law enforcement. Is this live?
Yeah, we want to point out that Hillary Clinton is actually in Florida now. She's speaking at a luncheon. Let's listen.
Packages being sent to various public figures and a news organization. Many of you and others across our country have asked after me and my family, and I'm very grateful for that. We are fine, thanks to the men and women of the Secret Service who intercepted the package addressed to us long before it made its way to our home. Every day, we are grateful for their service and commitment, and obviously never more than today. But it is a troubling time, isn't it? And it's a time of deep divisions, and we have to do everything we can to bring our country together. We also have to elect candidates who will try to do the same, who will set goals that will lift up every single Floridian and American, who will look into the future to understand what are the challenges we have to meet today so that our children and our grandchildren have the quality of life and the opportunities that we hope for them. Usually when people ask me how am I doing, which happens quite often, I say, well, as a person, I'm great. As an American, I'm worried. And it's actually for the same reasons. Partly why I am so great is because, with no offense to anyone, I have the most fabulous grandchildren in the entire world. But because I do now have these little precious people, I worry about the direction of our country. I worry about what kind of world will be waiting for them when they're teenagers and young adults and beyond. So it's a special pleasure for me to be here to support the candidates that you have running in Florida. I had the great opportunity yesterday to spend time with Andrew Gillum and RJ and with Chris and Kristen King. And I can tell you, you will be.
Hillary Clinton commenting a little bit on the suspicious packages and talking about her concern about where this country is going. It's interesting. She's in Florida at the same event that Debbie Wasserman Schultz is at. Debbie Wasserman Schultz also had a suspicious package delivered to her office, and we have learned that the return addresses on these packages it was her return address. It was her office in Florida. Ed O'Keefe has been standing by. Ed, you have been, working some of your sources up there on Capitol Hill. I'm wondering, what sort of reaction you're not on Capitol. We don't have Ed O'Keefe. Okay, never mind. So what we're looking at right here is.
Well, we should say though that Ed's reporting is because the questions that we had all throughout the course of this morning is who else, right? Remember I asked Fran a question, which, I was sort of dancing around, but I said, are Democrats under attack here? Ed has been calling around to Democrats in both the Senate and Congress, including the leadership, and so far over on Capitol Hill, not at their offices in their districts, in their states, but on Capitol Hill, so far the answer seems to be that they haven't received anything there on the Hill, and they haven't heard from their colleagues that they've received anything.
Which is good news.
But that's so that's the news from Ed that we'll hopefully be able to talk to him about a little bit later.
So the shot that you're seeing right there is just outside of the Time Warner building. We are expecting to hear from the police commissioner, the mayor of New York City, as well as the governor of New York State. It's scheduled for about 10 minutes from now, 12:45. We'll see if they're all on time or not. But we talked a little bit earlier, I think it was to Ron Hosko maybe, about what can we expect to hear from these three men. And he basically said, listen, they're not going to give us a ton of information because the reality of it is that an investigation is underway, but it certainly also seems like whatever's happening might still be unfolding. I mean, literally each hour we've learned new information about this incident.
So I just want to clarify for our viewers this is a very fluid situation and everybody's racing to report the information as it comes in. To clarify that we can report that one of the packages, only one of the packages had as a return address Congresswoman Debbie Wasserman Schultz's address. So not one, not all, but just one.
So Fran said it was George Soros, didn't he?
The George Soros one is the one
I think that's what Fran said.
That's the one she said, yeah. I believe so.
Yeah, well, maybe somebody can double check that and see. But,
so again, so this is what we're expecting over the course of the next 2 or 3 minutes or so. You see the cameras being set up there. The NYPD will be making a statement, and I've been texting with my friends who are reporters and producers at CNN, very similar to the reporting that we have, which is that this was a crude device that had a pipe and some wires. But what I am interested in knowing, I think, ultimately is the initial reaction from NYPD was to evacuate those 3 levels of the Time Warner building, and ultimately where CNN has their offices, and then now the entire Time Warner Center has been evacuated.
So Mike Solomon is still standing by with us. Thank you so much, Mike, for hanging in there. You are a former NYPD special investigator. We're looking at images of just outside of the Time Warner building that went from just a portion of it being evacuated to the entire thing being evacuated. So what would be taking place inside a building of this size to try and collect evidence associated with this?
Well, believe it or not, it's a monumental task because every square inch of that building now has to be searched. You can't leave that building knowing that you missed something, that you may have missed even anything that's up on the roof or anything in the basement somewhere. It doesn't mean because one device was found doesn't mean there may not be any others. It could be one could be camouflage for another device that could be in the building. So that's what has to be done. Every square inch of that building has to be searched. They'll use bomb dogs, they'll use manpower, and when I say they're using manpower, they're putting a lot of people in jeopardy. I mean, if God forbid there is another device in that building, and you've got 50 or 60 or 100 police officers literally walking through and searching every room and every desk and every file cabinet, because that's what has to be looked at. It's a tense situation. It's something that's going to take time and has to be done methodically. You can't just walk away from it and say, okay, we got the bomb. Well, wrong. It may be another one. So you've got to be careful how you do this, and it's got to be done very carefully. And as you're doing this, you got to be looking for things that could be tripwires and such. So you just don't know. You don't know what was planted. You don't know if there's anybody in the building who had planted it, and not an employee, but somebody who's somehow got in, a workman from another company, an outside contractor or whatever. So you have no idea. So it really has to be a methodical search.
Yeah.
It really does. Yeah.
Michael, we just want to point out to our viewers that our Jeff Pegues and our Paula Reed are chasing down reports that are being reported by other news outlets, including including NBC News and CNN, that a package was also sent to former Attorney General Eric Holder in Florida. That is something that Anne Marie and I were speculating about earlier. We were sort of thinking along with Fran Townsend, who's a former Homeland Security advisor to George W. Bush, about which high-profile Democrats could potentially be in danger, and he was one of the names that came up. So we're chasing that.
Well, there's, I don't want to talk politics, but there's a political side to this that nobody's explored. And that is what's going on right now with this.
Michael, not to cut you off, but I just want to clarify to people that we don't have that confirmed.
We're just other news outlets.
Yeah, other news. We certainly did discuss that earlier.
But the ones that we do know were all Democratic candidates or prior politicians in the Democratic Party.
Correct.
Or people who were supporters, and even CNN, who's supposedly bipartisan and nonpartisan. I mean, they still have a liberal leaning towards the media, but that's neither here nor there. But it's interesting to note again that these devices were only sent to liberal supporters and Democrats. And you say to yourself, in light of what's been happening in the way of the assaults and the mob-like behavior that they've been claiming against supporters of the president and Republicans, what happened is, say, Mitch McConnell and Ted Cruz, et cetera, et cetera. With less than 2 weeks to the midterm election, is this a new type of October surprise? Is somebody trying to evoke sympathy towards the Democrats with phony devices? I don't know. I have no way of knowing that. This may be a way of taking focus off the caravan that's moving towards the southern border. I have no idea. I mean, nobody's been talking about the caravan all day. All you've been talking about is CNN and Debbie Wasserman Schultz and everybody else. So are they trying to divert the attention from that with 2 weeks to the election? So I don't know. It's speculation.
Yeah, no, and we want to try to stay away from that.
No, I want to stay away from that, but I'm just saying it. But if you look at the facts, it's only Democrats and liberal supporters who found these devices in their mailboxes and such, and it's wasting a lot of
Let me ask you this, Michael,
and a lot of resources.
Well, I mean, there are two former presidents and a former Secretary of State and a former Attorney General. So I would venture a guess that most Americans support any kind of security precautions taken around those individuals.
100%.
But let me ask you this about the operation that is happening now at Time Warner Center. You said something interesting. Before that building is cleared. Sorry.
I save that question just for 1 second. Vice President Mike Pence issued a statement via Twitter, but he was also addressed the situation. He was at a function a little bit earlier. We have that sound. Let's play it.
I just received a briefing about the suspicious packages that were sent to the Clintons, the Obamas, to CNN, and to others. And let me be clear. We condemn these attempted acts of violence in the strongest possible terms. These cowardly acts are despicable and have no place in American society. I want to assure you we've deployed the full resources of the FBI, the United States Secret Service, and they're working very closely with law enforcement officials. We'll continue to monitor these investigations, and those responsible will be brought to justice.
All right, so that was the Vice President earlier, just moments ago, making some comments as to what we've been reporting for the last couple of hours. Michael, we were asking you earlier, I wanted you to just clarify something you said. So what typically goes into an operation of the NYPD where they are able to declare an all clear? Because the Time Warner Center building has residents, it has office buildings, it has a hotel, restaurants, supermarkets. So what kind of, how, we're expecting this press conference to begin any minute now, so I guess we'll find out. But just from a mechanical procedural level, what happens when the police give an all clear in a situation like this?
Well, you give it, you give an all clear and you hold your breath. If you know what I mean. I mean, you walk out of there and you second guess yourself. Did I look at every square inch of this building? Did I miss something? Because if you're the last officer out of the building, you're the last one that wants to say, hey, you know what, we got it all, everything's fine, you can go back in now, and then 3 hours later something happens. You got to, you don't want to have those feelings. It's a terrible feeling to think that way, but you've got to make sure that every square inch, you've got to satisfy yourself and the people who are going to be going back into that building that every square inch was covered, and that you can safely say with good authority that this building is now safe to return to. It's the same thing. When you if you have a small house fire, when a fire department puts out the fire, they go back in there for hours and look for any smoldering embers just in case it starts up again. So it's the same thing in evacuating a building. You want to go in there and you want to make sure you've covered every square inch you can.
What do you make of the fact that we have so many different locations and the timing is so close together? We have 2 private residents outside of Manhattan. We have this in Manhattan. We have D.C. and then now Florida within hours of each other. Does that seem to you like something that could be pulled off by an individual or a group?
Well, it can be done by an individual, especially today with the internet. I mean, gosh, I could send out multiple emails to one person in less than in milliseconds and have everybody, in a panic. It's amazing how the speed of the internet today. Our neighbors used to be down the block. They're not anymore. They're in countries that don't have names 25 years ago. This could be coming from the other side of the world. We don't know that, and we won't know it until they finish the investigation. But it's something that you just have to do methodically and make sure that you cover all your bases.
Yeah.
It's I hate to say it, but it's simple common sense in going through it. I mean, think of an office, think of a one-story building with just offices, and just searching that alone. I mean, here you've got, I don't know how tall the CNN building is, the Time Warner building, but it's got to be 30, 40 stories tall. I mean, think of every floor, every desk drawer, every file cabinet, every closet. Every place that has to be looked into, the top of the elevators, the bottom of the elevator shafts, everything has to be searched to the point where you got to say to yourself, okay, we've done it all. Then you look at the logs. Who entered the building this morning? Who signed in? Who signed out? With card access, who accessed certain rooms and certain locations in the building.
Michael, stand by just one moment,
sure.
Because we just see the governor, the police commissioner, and the mayor of New York City all approaching the microphones here for a press conference. Let's listen.
All right, go. All right, good afternoon. All right, good afternoon, everyone. Just want to acknowledge, besides the mayor and governor, our partners from the FBI, of course, the FDNY, OEM, Commissioner Esposito, the state police, and the Secret Service. So today, the NYPD and all of our law enforcement partners responded to reports of a suspicious package at CNN. Our Intel, Emergency Services, and Patrol Bureau Manhattan South responded immediately, secured the area, and began a search of the building. Responding officers identified a device that appeared to be a live explosive device. NYPD bomb squad responded, secured the device, and removed it for investigation. Additionally, there was an envelope containing white powder that was discovered as part of that original packaging, and we're in the middle of investigating that right now. The area has been swept with dogs and equipment and found no additional threats besides the white powder. And working with our law enforcement partners, we responded swiftly to secure the scene. NYPD is currently deploying resources around the city out of abundance of caution. If anyone sees something that looks suspicious, please call 911. Anyone with information about this incident today or about incidents in the New York area, please call 1-888 New York City Safe. We've seen this before, and we've seen worse, and we will not be intimidated, and we will bring these perpetrators to justice. Mr. Mayor?
Thank you very much, Commissioner. What we saw here today was an effort to terrorize. This clearly is an act of terror, attempting to undermine our free press and leaders of this country through acts of violence. I want to make very clear that the people of New York City will not be intimidated, that we're going to go about our lives undeterred, because the very concept of terrorism is to change us, and we will not allow that to happen. You cannot be terrorized if you refuse to allow the terrorists to win. People of this city have shown time and again that they stand up in the face of these efforts to intimidate. And I want to thank the people of New York City for the way they're handling this situation today. I also want to thank our first responders. Commissioner, to you and all the men and women of the NYPD, thank you for your extraordinary efforts today. To FDNY, Office of Emergency Management, our state partners, our federal partners, everyone worked swiftly to address this situation and contain it. I also want to commend everyone at CNN for the professionalism with which they handled this very troubling incident. We, at this time, do not have other credible and specific threats against locations in New York City. I want to let all New Yorkers know you can go about your daily routine knowing the NYPD and all these other agencies are here to protect you. It's important to note that this is an ongoing investigation. As we have more information, we will provide it. But I emphasize there is no specific threat against any other location in the city at this time. That said, the NYPD and all of our partners have reinforced our very clear, visible presence at key media locations around New York City and other important locations. So you will see a lot more police presence. That should be reassuring to all New Yorkers. Finally, I want to say this is a very painful time in our nation. It's a time when people are feeling a lot of hatred in the air. And incidents like this exacerbate that pain and exacerbate that fear. We cannot let the acts of a very few change who we are. It's really important at a moment like this to remember the vast majority of Americans, the vast majority of New Yorkers are good people trying to live in peace with each other. There are a few people, we don't know who they are today, but there are a few people trying to tear us apart through acts of violence. It is imperative that we ensure they fail. It is imperative that we act as the good and decent people that we are. This is a moment in history that's painful, but it will pass. This too shall pass. But today, the important point is everyone can rest assured the NYPD and all other agencies are out in force to protect the people of this city and to make sure that they can go about their lives safely. Thank you. Governor Cuomo.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Commissioner. First, let's remember that we have the best police force and the best law enforcement agencies on the globe. And we want to thank the NYPD and the state police and the FBI and the Joint Terrorism Task Force, the Secret Service, all who have worked seamlessly together and are coordinated. And we should take comfort in that level of professionalism that we have in this city and in this state. As everyone is aware, there have been a number of packages that have been received. Last night, there was the Secret Service detected a package at the residence of President Clinton and Hillary Rodham Clinton. They notified the state police and the NYPD. We personally checked on the president's residence in Chappaqua at about 4:30 this morning, and everything was fine there. This morning, obviously, we have the CNN package, and I want to echo the professionalism with which CNN has handled the situation and the cooperation that they brought to the situation. So I would like to thank them for that. This is the world we live in. Terrorism, the attempt to spread fear, is the world that we live in. It is heightened lately. The mayor is exactly right. There are more tensions than usual, but this is the world we live in. Also, a little perspective. The first terrorist attack in New York City was 1993, 25 years ago, was the bombing of the World Trade Center. So in some ways, this is nothing new. We have lived with this for a long time. Actually, my father was governor at that time. This has been a circumstance of being who we are and where we are. We are New York, and we are an international icon, and for some, we're an international target. Terrorism only works if you let it work. Amen. What they are trying to do is scare us and destabilize us, and we will not allow that to happen. We are New Yorkers. We are smart. We are tough. We are resilient. And we will not allow these terrorist thugs to change the way we live our lives. They fail unless we allow them to win. And we will not allow them to win. Now, as the commissioner said, you'll see increased police presence from the NYPD, from the state police, from the MTA police, from the Port Authority police. You shouldn't be alarmed. There'll be more police on subways, more police on the streets, more police at crossings. As the mayor said, that's not because we know any specific threat. It is just a precaution because we are smart and because we have the best talent on the globe when it comes to this. So we will take every precaution we can, but we will not let terrorism win. Not today, not ever. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I have with me Special Agent in Charge Brian Parman. That's P-A-A-R-M-A-N-N, who's Special Agent in charge of the FBI's Joint Terrorism Task Force here in New York City. As the governor outlined, this begins on Monday night with a package that was delivered to a residence in Westchester County. That was responded to by the Westchester County Police, the Bedford Police, and FBI Special Agent bomb technicians. That package was disrupted and taken to the FBI lab. Overnight, late last night, we received word of the package that was delivered to the Clinton residence, or was intercepted before delivery to the Clinton residence in Chappaqua, New York. That is also going to the FBI lab. After that, we were notified by the Secret Service that they had received a nearly identical package in Washington addressed to the Obamas. At that point, we began to take additional proactive steps. We had gone to locations the day before associated with the first individual who was targeted. Today we went out to offices of elected officials, media outlets, television, and in fact, when the package was discovered here in the CNN mailroom, we had NYPD personnel present who were showing them what these look like and what to be on the lookout for. So at this point, we are talking with other FBI field offices, the JTTF, about other incidents that are unfolding in other places. But suffice it to say, it appears that an individual or individuals sent out multiple similar packages. We have been working with corporate partners and the private sector. We've prepared a product through the NYPD SHIELD program, which goes to approximately 20,000 of our private security partners, instructing them on what to look for, what the characteristics are, and renewed tips on handling of suspicious packages. At this point, we're at a very early stage in the investigation. This is being led by the Joint Terrorism Task Force here in New York City with the FBI, the NYPD. We've had assistance from the New York State Police, who are part of that task force, and assistance from the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. So it's a big group effort. The incident here today, once the package was discovered, emergency service was notified. They called the bomb squad. The bomb squad was able to safely remove a device contained in that package using the total containment vessel, the TCV, or in simple terms, the bomb truck. That has gone to our range at Rodman's Neck, where FBI Special Agent bomb technicians will work with our people on how to get it to the next stop, which should be the FBI lab, so all of this evidence can be examined together. There is an additional issue which is being worked on now, which is within the package that contained the suspected device is also some kind of powder. That's being tested now downstairs, so the mailroom area is still being contained while we go through the various steps to test that on a field test, package it up safely for removal, and decon that area and anybody who came into contact with it.
Commissioner, you want to lead the
We're
question?
going to take, just keep in mind, that this just happened a couple hours ago. It's still ongoing. So I'm going to take some questions. We're not going to be able to go too deep into it. Yes.
Can you talk about how concerned you are about this political connection between these targets, people who have been criticized by the president?
Well, take a look at who's being targeted here right now, and that's why we're doing this proactively. We're reaching out to people throughout the city, checking with the people that do their security, and making sure that their mailrooms follow proper protocol. So it is of concern to us, and that's how come we're reaching out to the right people. Yes. Hold on.
Mayor and Governor, earlier this week, the president commended some congressmen for assaulting a journalist. There's been all sorts of threats to journalists and shootings this year. Do you have a particular message to President Trump in light of what happened at CNN and to critics like John Brennan and like
Look, I'm just going to say something broad, because at a time where there's a lot of hatred and division, it does not make sense to exacerbate it. Let's just say this to all public officials of all partisan affiliations. Don't encourage violence. Don't encourage hatred. Don't encourage attacks on media. You could disagree, but you have to show respect for people and air your disagreements peacefully. So unfortunately, this atmosphere of hatred is contributing to the choices people are making to turn to violence. There's no question about it. And the way to stop that is to turn back the other way, to bring down the temperature, to end any messages about the use of violence against people we disagree with. And that has to start at the top.
Again, look, this is a political year. It's a political season. We are weeks from an election, and that's obviously in the air, and that's an obvious fact. But we've been through many political seasons, and we have political differences, and that's actually good for democracy. What is not good is overheated rhetoric, extremism that pushes people to violence. And at the end of the day, we may have political differences, but this is one country. We're all Americans, e pluribus unum, out of many one, and keeping the debate and the dialogue civil is very, very important. And for elected leaders who in many ways set the tone, it is especially important.
Hold on. Right there.
Can you describe what the device looks like that was found?
John?
Sure. Brian Carmen from FBI JTTF. So far, the devices have been what appear to be pipe bombs.
If I could, I'd like to make a statement. I know that a lot of the public right now is scared and concerned, and there's a lot of confusion surrounding this. I want to assure you that the reason we are here, because the totality of the federal, state, and local authorities will investigate this thoroughly and follow every lead, and we will turn over every rock, we will turn every corner, and we will talk to everybody that we have to in order to mitigate this threat. The mission of the New York Joint Terrorism Task Force is to protect the American people and uphold the Constitution. The utilization of violence in order to further one's own political agenda is unacceptable to us, and we will not rest until we find this, stop these hazardous devices from being mailed, and bring the individual or individuals to justice. We have no better partners in the NYPD, the New York State Police, and the entirety of the Joint Terrorism Task Force. We will be on this until the day that we find this individual and bring him to justice. I'd like to thank NYPD and our partners on the task force, as well as the United States Secret Service, as well as the U.S. Capitol Police, as well as the Westchester County authorities for the cooperation and collaboration that we have thus far. And with that, I'll turn it back over for questions, sir.
Mayor, the last question. You mentioned that.
Hold on a second.
As you've heard, there is a number of devices, and there's a pattern apparently to the number of devices. We wouldn't be at all surprised if more devices show up. A device has been sent to my office in Manhattan, which we were just informed about, and that device is also being handled. So again, this is a situation. A number of devices have been sent. They're being handled. We wouldn't be surprised if additional devices are sent. And the device that is been sent to my office has been identified and is being handled as we speak.
Is it related to these other ones? Are they related?
Well, terrorism related, right? Terrorism is an attempt to strike terror, an attempt to strike fear. Obviously, these devices are an attempt to strike fear, hence terrorism. Are they domestic? Are they international? These are all questions that would have to be handled by the investigation. But yes, it was a terrorist attempt. It was a terrorist attack. And as you said, what's the intent? To strike fear. And when they strike fear, they win. That's when they are effective. Who controls that? We control that. We control that. This is not the first time we have been through this. We have been through this many, many times. Literally, as I mentioned before, it goes back 25 years to the first World Trade Center bombing. This is New York. It is part of who we are and part of our profile. So we refuse to be intimidated. We refuse to allow them to make us afraid of going through our daily lives. We have the best law enforcement agencies. We're all working together. We're all here, and we're going to go about our daily lives, enjoying this beautiful city and state, and we're not going to let them win, period. Kate, you had a question?
Two more questions, guys.
Commissioner, was anything written on the packages? What was the return address?
Yeah, Zolan, I'm not going to go into what exactly was on the package. Okay, it was consistent with the other packaging, though. Listen, we have to go back to work, so we're going to give you updates throughout the day. I just want to remind everybody here and all New Yorkers, any tips, any leads, call 911 or 1-888-NYC-SAFE. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you.
Any other locations?
Hello, everyone. I'm Tanya Rivero. Thank you for joining us. We are monitoring a string of bomb threats in New York, D.C., and Florida. We just heard from New York Governor Andrew Cuomo, New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio, and police. They gave us an update about the situation here in New York, where the Time Warner Center remains fully evacuated. I do also want to point out that Governor Cuomo says that he was just given information as he was standing there at the news conference that a device was also sent to his office. He didn't elaborate on what kind of device, but this appears to be an ongoing situation. The key headline from the news conference was that the package sent to CNN included a live explosive and a white powder. So here's what we know so far. Early this morning, the U.S. Secret Service says it intercepted an apparent explosive device sent to the home of former President Barack Obama. And late last night, a reported pipe bomb was found near the home of former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton. That was in Chappaqua, north of New York City. At a rally in Florida, Clinton commented on the incident.
We are fine, thanks to the men and women of the Secret Service who intercepted the package addressed to us long before it made its way to our home. Every day we are grateful for their service and commitment, and obviously never more than today. But it is a troubling time, isn't it?
And this all happened just one day after a pipe bomb was found near the home of Democratic Party mega donor George Soros. That was in Bedford, New York, not far from the Clintons' home. And just this morning, the Time Warner Center in Columbus Circle in New York had to be evacuated. The NYPD is investigating a package, which we just said, containing a suspicious device that was sent there. They said it contained a live explosive device and a white powder.
NYPD and all of our law enforcement partners responded to reports of a suspicious package at CNN. Our intel, emergency services, and Patrol Borough Manhattan South responded immediately, secured the area, and began a search of the building. Responding officers identified a device that appeared to be a live explosive device. NYPD bomb squad responded, secured the device, and removed it for investigation. Additionally, there was an envelope containing white powder that was discovered as part of that original packaging, and we're in the middle of investigating that right now.
And then the building of Congresswoman Debbie Wasserman Schultz's office was also evacuated earlier in Sunrise, Florida, after a suspicious package was sent there. It is not known to whom the package was addressed or if it was to her actual office. We just know that it was sent to the same building. No one is sure what to make of this bizarre string of packages sent in the last 24 hours, but officials are on high alert as they continue to investigate. CBS News correspondent DeMarco Morgan is in Columbus Circle, New York, near the Time Warner Center. DeMarco, what's the latest from where you are?
Well, Tanya, we can tell you this. I think the good news for people who have been paying attention to this story, not just across the entire world, but those who call New York City home, is that there are no more specific threats for this area. That's according to authorities. But they want everyone to be vigilant and be on high alert. And if you see something, say something. That's the most important thing that we can tell you right now. But one of the stunning revelations that came out of this press conference was Governor Cuomo confirming that a suspicious package had been indeed delivered to his office. That was something that we had been trying to confirm a little earlier, but we just recently got the confirmation from him himself, and you actually talked about it as well. But that alone even had, reporters out here like, whoa, when is this going to end?
Yeah.
But there is the possibility that there could be more devices showing up. But the good news, again, is that there are no specific threats, but they want everyone to be on high alert because this is indeed a dangerous and bizarre situation.
And DeMarco, the Time Warner Center remains completely evacuated, is that right?
It is still evacuated right now. We see a lot of CNN employees and also those who have offices in the Time Warner building. They're still out here gathering because they have not been allowed to go back in. Even though the device has been cleared, I'm sure that at some point they'll be allowing them to get back into their offices pretty soon. But we do know that it was indeed a live explosive device that they removed from this area. So it has been taken away. So again, when you talk about the evacuation, we're sure that within a certain amount of time, they should be allowed to go back inside their offices. But again, this area, those who don't know anything about Columbus Circle and New York City here, it's a very heavily populated area, a lot of traffic, a lot of foot traffic, because you also have a mall, a ton of shops and restaurants inside the Time Warner Center, along with hotels throughout this street and also residential buildings. So there was a lot of concern, a lot of people frantic, wanted to get home, wanted to get inside their buildings, but they could not go back inside, of course, because officials wanted to make sure that things were indeed safe for everyone.
DeMarco, is the intention to do a complete sweep of the area? Because that could take a while.
Say that again, I'm sorry, Tanya?
Is the intention there from officials to do a complete sweep of the area and the building? Because that could take a while.
It could take a while. Right now, they're still, again, inside the location. I wouldn't dare want to believe that they would be leaving the scene just right now. They will be here for quite some time. But we were out here and we actually saw bomb-sniffing dogs that were looking at the vehicles, not just emergency vehicles here as well, but also some of the vehicles parked alongside this route here, along with this crane here. Crane material, some of the construction work along the street. You had bomb-sniffing dogs that were literally going through these vehicles, under these vehicles, to make sure that this area is indeed safe. They've been searching the trash cans, and you got to also keep in mind that there is a huge transportation hub here as well with the New York subway system. It never stopped. It never stopped running as normal, which was good, which is always a good sign that police officers do indeed have the situation under control. But again, I can't stress it enough. The proximity that we are, the close proximity that we are to Central Park, to all of these areas, had something gone terribly wrong, it would not have been a good day, Tanya.
And as you know, DeMarco, we here at CBS are just a few blocks away from you there at the Time Warner Center. So, DeMarco, thank you so much for your reporting from there. We'll be back with you in a bit. Right now, I want to bring in CBS News Chief Justice and Homeland Security correspondent Jeff Pegues in Washington. Jeff, how is law enforcement treating this investigation?
Well, as you've noticed, this is an investigation that continues to grow and seemingly by the minute. We just found out, as you know, about Governor Cuomo receiving one of these packages. At least that's what he disclosed at that recent news conference. But there are all these other incidents and the thread that ties them together, and that is that this is someone who, for whatever reason, is going after people who are, in their view, tied to the Democratic Party. Whether you can say that about the Time Warner Center and CNN, well, that's up for debate. But obviously, former President Obama, First Lady Hillary Clinton, of course, living in that home in Chappaqua, New York, with former President Bill Clinton, and George Soros, to name just a few of the people now. And it's getting harder to keep track of the number of devices that they have deemed to be suspicious.
Sure.
The one addressed to Soros, Clinton, Obama, Debbie Wasserman Schultz's office, which may have been intended or addressed to Eric Holder, is what we're hearing. Andrew Cuomo, and then the Time Warner Center, CNN, as a result of that, Tanya.
So, Jeff, the circumstantial evidence here would suggest that all of these are connected. But is there any hard evidence right now that there is a connection?
Well, I think if you look at what they're saying about these devices, they are examining these devices and they are finding similarities. So you have that right there. And then this white powder that was discovered along with this device at the Time Warner Center, that is another clue that investigators will have. But certainly as soon as we heard about the first device sent to the Clinton house in Chappaqua, New York, coming so closely after the George Soros incident, it was pretty clear at that point that this wasn't a coincidence. These things don't just happen. There is an element of timing to all this that, of course, investigators will look at. But they have several other things to go on. We live in a world right now where there are surveillance cameras all over the place. And so they will look at surveillance cameras. They will deconstruct these devices to see what elements make up these explosive devices, to see where they purchased these elements, whoever is behind this. And then they'll work backwards, trying to trace where the elements were purchased, but also look for fingerprints, something as elementary as that. Those are the types of things that can lead to a suspect pretty quickly.
You know, Jeff, I'm curious, in your reporting, because you've covered this extensively, do you think that there is any way law enforcement officials or the government could look back, take a step back and say, you know, could the Russians be indirectly responsible for this? And bear with me for a moment here, in the sense that we know they've been interfering with social media in an attempt to sow discord. So could this be the result of some of that discord?
Well, I think that's the kind of attribution that would take this story from 0 to 100 in no time flat. And that's why you won't see investigators going there just yet. This to people who are trained to investigate these things, their first guess is that this is some sort of domestic terrorist incident, that this does not involve some sort of foreign adversary. So I think going in that direction is too far ahead from where the facts are now, just based on what we are learning minute to minute. But as you know, Tanya, these are investigations that can evolve rapidly. So to rule something like that out, you won't find that investigators will rule that out either. They don't want to rule anything out this early on in an investigation.
So, Jeff, you know, we've gone through the list of people that have been targeted already, sort of high-profile Democrats. Are officials concerned that there are more people who could still be targeted at this point, perhaps White House officials even?
Well, they are. Again, you don't rule anything out. And when you have this number of devices turning up at this fast clip, well, then, of course, your assumption is that there are more out there that you have to be aware of. And that's why you heard in that news conference officials reminding people that if you see something, say something. And if you see something, don't pick it up and run with it. You have to handle these things gingerly, obviously. So they want people to know that. They want to get the word out as much as they possibly can without compromising the investigation. And that's what we see now.
I do want to point out that according to the mayor of New York, Mayor de Blasio, there is no more credible threat in New York City at the moment. So folks watching in New York City should take heart at that. Jeff Pegues in Washington, thank you.
My pleasure.
And let's bring in CBS News security consultant and former assistant director to the FBI, Ron Hoskow. Ron, great to see you. Ron, when dealing with suspicious packages like these, what is the first thing investigators are going to look for?
Well, first, is the recipient and the sender, or do they have some sort of relationship? What does the lettering look like? What does the labeling look like? What's the packaging consist of? All of that, if you start to wrap, just to take the outer wrapper, there's a lot of potential information to be gleaned from just the outer wrapper. Was it hand delivered or sent through the mail or sent through a shipping company? If so, what does the outer wrapper tell me about the place of origin? Is there video at that place of origin? Is there external video that might provide me some indicator of a vehicle pulling up that is common with other similarly described vehicles at other points of shipment? All of those things are potential clues for the investigator. Here we're hearing, I was hearing on the way over here today, reports of the return address being Debbie Wasserman Schultz, an address associated with her. So quite clearly, she's not the sender of these packages. The shipper or the sender sees that as his, inside joke to himself. But there's much to be gleaned from the packaging. Certainly the construction of the devices themselves. There is much to be gleaned from the construction of those devices. Law enforcement will be meticulous in determining how to disrupt these devices. Doing their diagnostics on the components, doing their diagnostics on the composition itself. Looking for fingerprints, as Jeff said, looking for DNA. As you know, we all slough off skin cells all the time, wherever we go. And so just a few skin cells may give them the DNA that they need to match to somebody in an FBI database that leads them to a suspect here. So there's a lot of forensic work going on. And we haven't discussed any kind of internal communication. Was there a note? Was there any sort of internal communication that was a threat in and of itself? If so, what's in that? John Miller, smartly decided not to talk about that today. But there is much more that's in the possession of law enforcement than we know. And hopefully they are going to be working around the clock to action all that information.
And in terms of what we know, Ron, were all of the devices active? We know that the one that was sent to CNN was. Do we know that about the various devices?
Yeah, we don't. And so if we're talking about devices that were strictly black powder inside some sort of a pipe bomb, we don't know right now whether this is black pipe, galvanized pipe, PVC pipe, or some other sort of plastic pipe. But all of those are potential tips and clues, and all of those, if mishandled, if it's black powder, have the potential to detonate, to do great harm. Whether there was a power source with them or some sort of activation mechanism, yet to be determined. Law enforcement needs to know that, describe it, and I think hopefully before today is closed out, we are hearing from law enforcement what to look for. DHS has done this in the past with suspicious devices. There is general information out on the internet about what a suspicious device generally might look like. I would think that very quickly today law enforcement is going to be kind of putting out the word, here's what we need to be looking for. What these sorts of suspicious packages are defined as. Is it wrapped in paper? Is it wrapped in plastic? Are they being wrapped at the shipper? I think we'll probably hear very quickly some additional information that will help to raise the alarm for all of us, and particularly for potential targets. What should they be on the alert for?
Well, I'm glad you brought up the targets, because I'm curious what the targets we know about say about the nature of the incident. These are all high-profile leaders in the Democratic Party. What does that tell you?
Well, I mean, that I think we have to take this these initial potential targets as we find them. As you note, these are all, Democratic tied. I don't know that we could say that about John Brennan, but there are certainly voices from the political right that have been very critical of John Brennan, his criticisms of the president. So I think, we're looking at folks left of center and, in American politics. Those who have been louder. We don't know the specific driver of this bomb builder. But we can safely assume, I think, at this point, that there are the potential targets are on the political left, and so that would include left-leaning media, potentially. I think that would be the starting point. If I'm putting out warnings, I'm probably warning MSNBC and NBC before I'm warning Fox. Although I think it would be prudent to warn the media writ large, because today we don't know who this person is. We don't know what his ultimate motivations are. And so I think it's wise for all of us to be more vigilant. If you're receiving this sort of mail and you're politically affiliated in any way, whether it's at home or the office, it'd be smart to raise our defenses.
Well, all of us in this business always get sort of interesting tweets and emails, and you just never know, which ones are from people crossing the line or not. I mean, there are people who get very angry at certain things, and there are people who maybe don't get angry on social media but stew. So it's a very it's a difficult line to know when it's been crossed at moments.
Well, it really is. When I was in charge of criminal and cyber here in the Washington field office, in the wake of Gabby Gifford's shooting, we had a lot of meetings with U.S. Capitol Police, who have a very important role today. A very capable police department. Their responsibilities cover 435 elected members of Congress. And so they're going to have to redouble their vigilance. Every day they are going through it and analyzing and trying to make sense of routine constituent communications, those who change in their nature, in their frequency, and those communications that rise to a higher level. To try to understand, is this a real threat? Do we have to put extra security around some of our electeds or more of our electeds than already have them? It is a challenging job for law enforcement, whether it's Secret Service in looking at their protectees, Capitol Police in looking at theirs, threats that are clear, direct, and imminent that end up in the FBI's lap. All of these folks have to be working very smartly and working together to defeat this, to get in front of it and figure out what needs to be prosecuted.
I believe it. And the fact that we don't have more incidents like this tells me that they are working very hard and very successfully. I want to bring in now Bob Cusack. He is the editor-in-chief of The Hill. Bob, let's talk a little bit more about the, political component here. We have not yet heard directly from the president, but he did retweet the vice president's statement by saying, "I agree wholeheartedly." The vice president tweeted earlier there saying, "We condemn the attempted attacks against former President Obama, the Clintons, CNN, and others. These cowardly actions are despicable and have no place in this country." What is the protocol for addressing situations like this at the White House? Shouldn't that tweet have come from the president?
Tanya, I think it is a little unusual that we first heard from Sarah Sanders and then the Pence tweet. So we heard more from the vice president first. which is interesting. Now, Trump is going to have a press event this afternoon, and I'm sure he's going to be commenting on it. But it really is that the politics are so toxic right now. Obviously, Steve Scalise was targeted because he was a Republican, and now you have the common thread, and I'm sure that's going to be part of the investigation, is that these entities and people have been criticized by President Trump. It just shows you how volatile our politics are. Politicians being confronted in restaurants, mostly Republicans on that side. So we're seeing it on both sides, that the politics of the day are so polarizing.
It's so disheartening. You know, the vice president spoke today. I want to play what he had to say. Let's listen.
We condemn these attempted acts of violence in the strongest possible terms. These cowardly acts are despicable and have no place in American society. I want to assure you we've deployed the full resources of the FBI, the United States Secret Service, and they're working very closely with law enforcement officials. We'll continue to monitor these investigations, and those responsible will be brought to justice.
I just want to point out that we do have a picture of the device. This is the device that was sent to John Brennan at the Time Warner Center, CNN. Interestingly, he is not affiliated officially with CNN, but that is a picture of the device that was found today and obviously taken by authorities. They are examining it. They are taking it apart piece by piece, gleaning what they can, whatever clues it will offer up to whoever sent this. Again, you can see also that the return address to this one is Debbie Wasserman Schultz, which we believe at this point is also the return address on the one that was reportedly sent to Eric Holder that ended up in Debbie Wasserman Schultz's building in Florida. So again, we are getting bits and pieces throughout the day, clues coming together, but that is a picture of the device. You know, Ron, if you're still there, I just want to ask you something really quickly following up on that. So we saw that picture. Again, it's the same return address. So would you be surprised if maybe all of these packages have return addresses that have other Democrats' names on them?
Not in the least. I think we have a would-be bomber, the person constructing these, thinking they are being clever, and perhaps looking for a doubling their opportunity. If the sender address is bad and the sendee or the return address is good, maybe they see this as doubling their opportunity to do harm. That if they don't get Eric Holder, they can somehow get somebody in Debbie Wasserman Schultz's home or staff or herself.
Right.
Very unlikely that a congressperson is going to open this sort of mail addressed to them. There are screening procedures for protectees on Capitol Hill, the FBI, the White House, Secret Service. So it's unlikely that the true target is going to open any of these, but the risk of collateral damage is great.
Right. And Ron, are you able to see the same image that we are? I'm just curious what you make of this bomb. It looks very rudimentary. It does not look very sophisticated. What does this picture of the device tell you?
You know, it's relatively small, but again, black powder with a compacted or contained inside a pipe, whether that pipe is PVC or iron, galvanized steel. That's all potential shrapnel.
So that's enough to be deadly. What you're looking at there is enough to be deadly.
Yeah, absolutely. If this is filled with black powder, just trying to take off or put on the end caps because of friction. Black powder is very sensitive to friction, and just trying to take off the end caps of something like this can cause the device to detonate. So this is still very, very concerning. Law enforcement still has their work cut out for them. We don't know what, again, the initiation source is here, if it's a battery, if it's something else, a watch. But law enforcement will try to separate the initiator from the explosive and do some additional analysis. But this could just black powder filled inside of a pipe like this can cost somebody their hand, their arm, or their life.
And is this a relatively easy device to learn to make?
Yeah, unfortunately, there's instruction on the internet that
I'm sorry,
gives guidance.
we're going to go into the Deputy Attorney General, Rod Rosenstein. He's speaking live. Let's see if he has something to say about the bomb incidents.
Today, we gathered to express our gratitude to an exceptional group of Department of Justice employees and to honor people from outside the department who have put service before self in support of our mission. We're honored to be joined by many family members, friends, and colleagues of the award recipients. The remarkable achievements that we celebrate today required a lot of talent, and they also took a lot of time and effort. A large share of the credit is due to those who supported the recipients throughout their lives in developing the talent, and recently, as they devoted the time and effort required to achieve these great successes, and we are grateful for your support. At this time, I ask you to please rise and join us in the presentation of the colors by the Joint Armed Forces Color Guard of the Military District of Washington.
All right, our producers are going to keep listening to what Rod Rosenstein is saying there and let us know if he says anything of note. Meantime, Bob, I'm going to go back to you. If you wouldn't mind reminding our viewers about, some of the backstory with Debbie Wasserman Schultz and the Trump administration. Why would these individuals particularly be targeted by a sort of a right-wing school of thought?
Well, there's certainly targets of Trump's tweets, and he has. But then again, he's also criticized a lot of Republicans when he was running in the Republican primary. Debbie Wasserman Schultz was obviously the head of the DNC and actually attracted criticism from the right, but also from the left. Basically accused of rigging the Democratic primary process for Hillary Clinton over Bernie Sanders, and so that she's been a controversial figure both for Republicans and Democrats. But why exactly she would be targeted now? She's no longer head of the DNC. Eric Holder is someone who is seriously thinking about running for president in 2020, one of about 36 major Democrats who might run. So there is a thread certainly on the left here. And of course, Trump has gone after CNN repeatedly as president. So the amazing thing here is that when you think back to the 2000 presidential election, it was a hotly contested election. It went to the Supreme Court. No violence broke out, which I thought was remarkable at the time. Unfortunately, if that ever happened again, there surely would be violence because politics has become so vile.
We are at a different time. And what about John Brennan? Why would he be a target here?
Another target for President Trump. Brennan has been critical of the Trump administration, has been critical of the president. He's been on TV a lot. I know he's not formally with CNN, but he's done a lot of network interviews, and certainly it is a pattern of everybody who has been targeted certainly has been critical of the president. CNN anchors have been critical of the president, as well as other anchors, but at the same time, CNN is certainly the target of when Trump is talking at rallies. I think it's going to be very interesting. Trump is doing a lot of rallies over the next couple of weeks with the midterms. Will he talk about Hillary Clinton? Will he talk about CNN and go after the media? And the other last thing I just want to note is that Mike Pence has been a champion for the press, both in Congress. He's a former broadcaster, so I'm not surprised that he had very tough words today.
And now, will the White House be operating any differently today because of the situation?
I would think so. I think this is going to be a true test for President Trump, is that you want to unify the country as much as you can. Obviously, he's a polarizing figure, and you either love Donald Trump or you hate him. But I think this is going to be a test of can he calm everybody down and assure them that the authorities are looking into this and not really do a controversial tweet that's only going to make the situation worse.
I wonder if we could put this situation, which is one of increased political tension, which is spilling over into violence, and we're just 2 weeks ahead of the midterms. Can you put it into context historically? I mean, we hear about how, much turmoil there was in the late 60s and 70s in the United States, and there was certainly a lot of political violence then as well. Are we approaching those levels?
Oh, I think so. I think so, where you have when you talk to Homeland Security officials, they're worried about terrorism as like a lone wolf. Here in politics, they're also concerned about lone wolves who are jacked up because of politics and because it's become so inflamed. And maybe it's because of talk radio, maybe it's because of social media, maybe it's the media in general playing to those conflicts. But certainly all it takes is for one deranged individual to cause chaos. And of course, that's what they want too. They want attention. And we don't even know. This could be multiple people. Who knows? But it is something that I have never seen in politics. It was getting hotter, certainly in the Obama administration. And then when President Trump came over and became president, it has gotten worse. And that's because the rhetoric, I think, on both sides has gotten really out of control.
You know what? I wonder, though, if you would make the leap, and this is a leap, that, in some ways the rhetoric getting so heightened and getting so violent had a little nudge by, the Russian bot machine that sort of certainly helped inflame passions. Could we, on some level, hold them indirectly responsible for some of this?
That's a great point. I think this is exactly what Russia wants.
Right.
This is why they interfered in the 2016 election. And now, recently, remember, Donald Trump said that China was interfering. We haven't got details yet on what exactly they're doing, but certainly there has been intelligence showing that Vladimir Putin wants to divide this country. He wanted to divide it even further in 2016 and continuing the process going into 2018. So I definitely think that they are to blame, at least somewhat, for this, because they are exacerbating the political divide in this country.
Bob Cusack, editor-in-chief of The Hill, thank you so much for your insight on all of this. I want to also bring in Mary Ellen O'Toole from Stafford, Virginia. She's a retired senior profiler for the FBI. Mary Ellen, we just saw a picture there of one of the explosive devices and the package that it was mailed in. What does this tell you? Does this tell you anything, A, about the motive of the crime, about who might be responsible, about, the level of planning or sophistication here?
Well, just looking at the envelope and the device itself, I'd have to know more about the other devices as well and the packaging, but I'll just make a few comments. But when you have a case like this where you might be linking other cases together, you have to be very careful about not one single element and giving that a lot more credibility than say what you see in other cases. But I would just say that with the postage stamps there, this individual sort of looks like he overposted for this package, which is interesting. I've seen that in other cases, and it's a way of saying I really, really, really want this person to get this. The other thing, too, is there may be forensic evidence that can be retrieved either from the stamps, from the Scotch tape that's around the addresses, and even the type of print that was used on the labels. I saw this in the Unabomber case. The Unabomber would use real people as return addressee, and that gave the package much more credibility. So the receiver would look at it and say, oh, okay, that came from this congresswoman. Or in the case of Unabomber, it was, okay, this came from another professor at a university. So it gives credibility to that package. But the other thing it also does is if the package is returned to the congresswoman in Florida, it could have been opened and detonated at that point as well. So it also gives that device the opportunity to certainly be detonated either to the receiver or to the sender. The device itself, they will reverse engineer that, which means that forensics folks will be looking for all sorts of information about the bomber. What were the component parts? What is the signature? Was he twisting wires? They could, even if a bomb detonates, here's what's so interesting. You can still get forensic evidence off of component parts. You can get touch DNA. You can get saliva off of something that the bomber may have put in his mouth while he was twisting the wires, and then he takes that component out of his mouth and he puts it into the device itself. So there's just an enormous amount of information that they can get from these devices, again, even if they detonate. So just looking at the device itself, it becomes important to compare it with the other ones to see if it's evolving. Is the bomb maker becoming more deadly in how he's putting the device together? So the forensic people will be able to make that determination.
Mary Ellen, I'm curious about U.S. postal stamps. Is there anything on a U.S. postal stamp that can indicate perhaps the post office in which it was purchased?
I'm not sure about that. That would be a great question for the postal inspectors. Depending on the stamp that was used, which means that's the place where the package was received, that certainly would indicate where it was dropped off. But as far as the stamps are concerned, that would be a great question for the postal inspectors. I doubt it, but I'm not sure.
And do we know if these packages went through the U.S. Postal Service or if they were sent through UPS? And if so, these packages have now, contaminated whichever mail service they were sent through. What will be the procedure there?
Well, when you say contaminated, I'm not sure what you mean.
Well, in the sense that, I'm sure that whether this was sent through the U.S. Postal Office or UPS or FedEx, that they're going to go back and look at their records and see how it, where it moved from. And so, in other words, there may be some changes put forward to their operating procedures going forward.
Oh, yeah, certainly there could be, kind of after the fact, that the package, was accepted and it was received and it was sent on to another postal service or another receiving station. And if you're talking about the fact that the package was basically touched by many people, there's still other evidence on that they can do elimination prints to eliminate all the people that they think have touched it. But that package itself, plus the device itself, it really is going to give investigators a lot of information. And then when you compare that with the other devices, that's when you can start to make a link. We call it linkage analysis. On the surface, they look very similar, but you want them to be forensically similar. You want them to be forensically linked.
All right. Well, really quickly, let's talk about the targets. Do the targets help inform investigators of who might be responsible for all of this?
Well, what the victimology does, and we did this in the Unabomber case, we brought in all the victims. Those were not high-profile people, but we wanted to determine a common link between them. And that's what's being done here. And superficially, certainly you've got people that are high-profile, that are Democrats, that are maybe vocal about what their politics are. But you can't just use that alone, because that's very obvious, and that may be in the end what links them together. But what is going to be really important is to really dig into not only these devices, but also it's going to be important to determine if this bomb maker or people that were involved in this case had made other efforts to contact these people, either through a letter, through a posting on Facebook. That may also give investigators a lot of information. Then once they identify an offender, what they'll do is they'll pour through his computer, his cell phone, all of his records and diaries, just to see who else he's had contact with, if there are other people on his hit list, and if he had prior communication with them before he actually sent the bombs.
All right, Mary Ellen O'Toole, thank you so much. Please don't go away. Stay right there. We're also going to bring in CBS News Washington correspondent Paula Reed. She's at the White House. Paula, what is the reaction from the White House?
The only reaction we've heard so far from the president is a retweet. He retweeted a tweet from Vice President Mike Pence condemning these attempted attacks, saying, quote, "I wholeheartedly agree." And we also heard from White House spokeswoman Sarah Huckabee Sanders. She's tweeted a few times today. She says that this is a situation that the White House is closely monitoring and condemned these attacks. Several other members of the Trump family have also tweeted expressing their concerns, also condemning these attacks. Ivanka Trump, Eric Trump, and even First Lady Melania Trump.
Is it interesting, though, that the president himself hasn't sent out his own tweet? And do you think we will perhaps hear from him on this very soon?
Well, of course, Twitter is a very important platform for him. So, yes, it is significant that he is retweeting instead of drafting an original tweet to condemn these attacks. But we will see him several times today. In fact, in just a few minutes, he has a big event on opioids where he will be speaking. That's an opportunity for him to address these attacks. We will also see him later on today. He will head to a rally in the Midwest. So sometimes he stops to talk to reporters as he goes to get on his helicopter, to get on his plane. We'll have a chance to ask him some questions then. And then, of course, he will have a rally later on tonight. So certainly notable that he decided to retweet instead of tweeting, but there's still many opportunities for him to come out, say something, and perhaps attempt to unify people amid the situation.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see what he says about it. Paula Reed, thank you so much. Let's bring in CBS News security consultant and former assistant director to the FBI, Ron Hosko. He is in Washington. Ron, I also want to ask you the question that I asked, Mary Ellen. Do we know which postal service these packages were sent through?
We do not. The CNN package looked like U.S. mail. I'd say that because of the stamps on it. It wasn't a label from a ground shipper, UPS or DHL or some of the others. So I'm assuming that was U.S. mail.
Right.
Don't know if it actually went through the mail or if somebody somehow dropped it off there with stamps on it like that. But as Mary Ellen said, there is potentially much to be gleaned from what's behind those labels, maybe fingerprints, maybe DNA behind the stamps. Same. There's tape. It appears as though that some of the labels might have been held down, be held down by tape, because I see it, so a little bit of a shine on them. So there is potentially much to be gleaned from this package, and we still haven't heard about any internal communications. Is there a letter? Is there some kind of communique from the sender in any of these shipments? So I'll be listening intently for that as well.
Would you expect there to be a letter in something like this? Would that be in your experience?
Well, yes. I mean, if we go back to the Unabomber wasn't putting letters in his devices. Not everybody does, but if somebody's trying to communicate a message apart from here's a bomb, please open it or please detonate it on yourself. Look, this person has evidently an axe to grind, something to say. I think it would be not unexpected for them to be somehow trying to communicate with either the recipients or with all of us to tell them what their grievance is. Whether they do it in these packages or we are waiting to hear from them in some other way. I'm sure law enforcement would want to know, the recipients would want to know, all of us would want to know.
You brought up the Unabomber. We discussed that a little bit with Mary Ellen O'Toole as well. Why in that case did it take so long to find the culprit, and can we expect a speedier resolution here?
I think we can expect a speedier resolution. These devices are far less sophisticated than what Ted Kaczynski was putting together. His devices were meticulously constructed. Very often the devices were largely consumed in the explosive blast. And he was going to great lengths to conceal his location, the location from where he was building the devices. As you recall, he was in a cabin, I think it was in Montana, very remote. He would leave the cabin, engage in extensive travel to put the devices in the mail. They did great damage. They were meticulously constructed and largely consumed. There are signs, but I think the meticulous nature, those were, again, we're going back 2 decades plus in the late 80s and the early 90s is when we're talking about for Kaczynski. He went to great lengths. Not everybody does that. Here, there's a great deal of evidence to be gleaned, obtained from these packages and from the devices themselves that are still essentially intact, even after police potentially disrupt them. We'll see. But I think law enforcement has a lot more to work with here.
And would it be safe to say there have also been huge strides made in the law enforcement investigative methods and forensics and the rest of it?
Sure. Look at America. Look at New York City. Think of how many security cameras exist in New York City or exist in the offices of shippers in America, whether it's Post Office or FedEx or DHL or UPS. Look at those opportunities. Look at what people do on social media now, potentially to telegraph their intentions, to telegraph threats, to convey threats, to search targets. And so I think that combination puts law enforcement far ahead of where we were 30 years ago with Ted Kaczynski.
But in terms of even the scientific methods, the investigative methods and tools that investigators now have at their disposal, those are far advanced as well, correct?
Unquestionably, and most particularly DNA. We are all sloughing off cells. Those cells get picked up. They follow us around. And so just a few cells with DNA may be able to give law enforcement what they need.
And when you see that tape on that package, when you see that Scotch tape and those stamps, that gives you hope that there could be some DNA there, correct?
Unquestionably, when I see the nature of that device itself, anytime there's tape and there's construction of a device and it's put inside, the offender here could be putting his DNA inside that same package, not knowing it, and law enforcement will be exploiting every bit of that.
Now, when a package is sent through the U.S. Postal Service, isn't there a record of where it is sent from and where it has gone through and where it ends up and the rest of it?
Yeah, sure. There are markings that are the process markings of the Postal Service or of a ground shipper. So all of those will be exploited. Law enforcement will be trying to track back today as we speak to try to find the point of origin, start to draw circles around those points of origin, see if it's all coming back to one place, one town. Is there something? Have threats already been communicated to these targets by this offender in some way? Are there persistent communications, increasingly angry communications, clearly threatening communications? Law enforcement could already be in possession of that sort of thing, already be tracking, already have a suspect in mind.
And what is your sense as to whether this person acted alone or was part of a group?
We tend to see these folks as an individual because to try to get multiple angry people, angry enough to say, I'm going to build a bomb and try to kill somebody, that tends to be hard to do in America. As angry as we are as a society, as vitriolic and poisonous as the political dialogue is today, to try to find somebody else that is that like-minded and say, hey, we're in agreement, let's kill somebody. In fact, let's try to kill a bunch of people. Let's build some bombs. That still is hard to do. So I think we tend to see these offenders as individuals, not so much as a group. When you get into conspiracies, there's always that risk, too, that all it takes is one conspirator to decide, I'm going to withdraw and become a source for the government. I want to tell the FBI. I'm going to tell the police. All it takes is that one person, and the conspiracy comes apart and it's defeated in advance. So these tend to be single actors, although very often there are others who have seen something. That may be as simple as the person who sold the pipe or sold the black powder, or was at the post office and said, I saw something odd 3 days ago when this thing came in the mail. Let's go back to the tape and see who this guy was that came to my counter. And that's what we need, that's what law enforcement needs, is that individual who saw something that thinks now, hey, this was suspicious, let's go back to that tape and give law enforcement the clue that they need to open this thing up.
So you very much see this as probably the work of an angry lone wolf.
That would be my guess today.
Right. All right, Ron, thank you so much. Stay right there. Don't go away. In just a moment, we will have President Trump speaking on his new opioid legislation. We will also be watching closely to see if he mentions the developing situation today with the bomb threats. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with much more CBSN. Stay with us.
There is a unique power in truth.
What's your message to the people who could do something?
And whether the story is around the globe, across the nation, or down the street.
Look at this.
We'll find it.
It amazes me that you were able to see your house destroyed and you went right back to work.
And I would much rather be out there helping.
Because every evening, we want to put the power of truth in your hands.
Good evening, I'm Jeff Glor, and we are going to begin the broadcast tonight.
The CBS Evening News with Jeff Glor. Original reporting.
Hello, everyone. I'm Tanya Rivero. Thank you for joining us. We begin this hour at the White House, where any moment President Trump will speak and will sign legislation to combat the nation's opioid crisis. And we will see if he makes remarks about the string of suspicious packages addressed to prominent Democrats. This is a picture of the device. We're going to show you in just a second. There it is. The device addressed to former CIA Director John Brennan. The return address, as you can see there, is to the office of Florida Congresswoman Debbie Wasserman Schultz. Schultz's Florida office was evacuated when a suspicious package was mailed there this morning. Early this morning, the U.S. Secret Service says it intercepted an apparent explosive device sent to the home of former President Barack Obama. And late last night, a reported pipe bomb was found near the home of former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton. That was in Chappaqua, north of New York City. At a rally in Florida, Clinton commented on the incident.
We are fine, thanks to the men and women of the Secret Service who intercepted the package addressed to us long before it made its way to our home. Every day, we are grateful for their service and commitment, and obviously never more than today. But it is a troubling time, isn't it?
And this all happened just one day after a pipe bomb was found near the home of Democratic Party megadonor George Soros. That was in Bedford, New York, not far from the Clintons' home. And just this morning, the Time Warner Center in Columbus Circle in New York had to be completely evacuated. The NYPD is investigating a package containing a suspicious device that was sent there. They said it contained a live explosive device and a white powder.
NYPD and all of our law enforcement partners responded to reports of a suspicious package at CNN. Our intel, emergency services, and Patrol Borough Manhattan South responded immediately, secured the area, and began a search of the building. Responding officers identified a device that appeared to be a live explosive device. NYPD bomb squad responded, secured the device, and removed it for investigation. Additionally, there was an envelope containing white powder that was discovered as part of that original packaging, and we're in the middle of investigating that right now.
The building of Congresswoman Debbie Wasserman Schultz's office was also evacuated earlier in Sunrise, Florida, after a suspicious package was sent there. That device was addressed to former Attorney General Eric Holder, but Wasserman Schultz's address was listed as the return address. No one is sure what to make of this bizarre string of packages sent to prominent Democrats in the last 24 hours, but officials are on high alert as they continue to investigate. I want to bring in Mary Ellen O'Toole from Stafford, Virginia. She's a retired senior profiler for the FBI. Mary Ellen, thank you for sticking with us. You know, previously we were talking about these packages that were sent through the mail, but we do know that one device was sent to George Soros and ended up in his mailbox. The assumption is that it was delivered by hand. So does that tell you anything about the location? If that device was related to these others, does that tell you anything about the location of the suspect?
It doesn't necessarily say where the suspect or the offender lived, but it was very high risk for the offender or whoever delivered that to be in the neighborhood, because again, that gives investigators additional information that they can use. So if there's cameras up around those homes, they can look at the footage and see if they can track a car, someone on a bicycle. But it's very concerning that a person got that close to Mr. Soros's home and was able to place it in his mailbox. He's not under Secret Service protection. So this is someone who's willing to take a huge risk to himself for being able to deliver that package. And I think that tells us something about his motivation and his commitment to what he's doing.
But it doesn't tell you that perhaps he could still be on the East Coast, since that was just, here in Bedford, New York?
Sure, he could still certainly be on the East Coast, but go back to the Pizzagate case back about a year ago, where the offender lived down in the Carolinas and felt that he had to drive all the way up here to investigate children that allegedly were being held captive in that pizza parlor down in Washington, D.C. So people can, in this case, it could be someone that is close to this area, or it could be someone that is in an adjoining state and just drove to the area and then mailed the rest of the packages. So investigators are not going to rule out anybody on the basis of geography.
Do you think that because that one package seems to be delivered differently than the others, that it may not be related to the others, or does your sense tell you that it is from the same person?
At this point, I would not rule out that it was related or not related. Mm-hmm. What will tie it together is when they take a look at the device itself and the commonalities with that device that went to Mr. Soros and the other devices. So they're keeping both tracks of the investigation open, that it could be related and that it certainly could be a totally separate, a separate case. It certainly looks similar, but that's not enough to say that it is.
And when you were a profiler for the FBI, what are the most important, on your list of clues to put together sort of an identity, what's on the top of your list?
I get asked that question a lot. There's not one variable on the top of the list. It's everything. It's how the package was sent, how it was postmarked, how the addresses were placed on the package, what was the device, what was used to make that device, how sophisticated was it, how many other devices were sent simultaneously. So all of these things in their totality have to be considered before you can start to really glean in on what does this tell me about the offender's personality. And the location in which he or she may reside, or the psychological state in which he or she may also reside. Does anything give you a clue to that, to the psychological state of the suspect? Well, at this point, to be able to put together, if this is the same offender, being able to put together a number of devices and be able to, even though they're very rudimentary from what is being explained so far, this is someone that appears to be what we call mission-oriented. I mean, he's able to put together a strategic plan. He was able to get these devices to their intended locations, except for the one that went to CNN, to James Brennan. And he's able to put together these rudimentary devices, and these devices could kill somebody. I mean, this is someone who's thinking fairly strategically. So words like deranged and crazy should not be part of this conversation. Not at this point. There could be a mental health issue with this individual, yes. But is this mental health driven?
Right, he created a plan and he carried it out. So at the very least, he or she, we should say, is competent.
Yeah, that's right. So words like deranged or crazy should not be used in this conversation. All right, Mary Ellen O'Toole, thank you so much for your insight on all of this. So we're going to bring in now CBS News security consultant and former assistant director to the FBI, Ron Hosko. He is in Washington. Thank you for sticking with us, Ron. Sure. I also want to ask you about the George Soros package, because it does seem to be a little different from the others in that it appears to have been hand delivered. What does that tell you about the suspect?
Well, I don't know that we know quite enough. Was it hand delivered by the post office, or was it hand delivered by the offender, or perhaps a Confederate, that the offender paid to go make a delivery? All of those do present law enforcement with a bit of an opportunity. As Mary Ellen said, we're talking about a wealthy part of the country, neighborhood. I think, a reasonable likelihood that either Mr. Soros had a security system at his house, or that neighbors did, or a combination of those, that gives a delivery person description, a vehicle description, that is a starting point for law enforcement. And they will be exploiting that, not just in that neighborhood, but the way into that neighborhood and the way out of that neighborhood. There may be plenty of cameras that give law enforcement a starting point to weed out, okay, we know this car, there's a blue Ford Mustang that comes and goes every morning at 6 o'clock. That's somebody going to work.
Right.
They can start to eliminate people who live there, delivery people, service people who may be there routinely, and then narrow it down to a car that is the suspicious car, the car that's related, or truck related to the person that delivered this device. Those are all potential clues that law enforcement has and will be looking to exploit.
And as we were discussing with Mary Ellen, who did profiling at the FBI, she seems to agree that the psychological portrait that is emerging at this early stage, granted very early, is of someone who is competent, who is capable of making a plan and sticking to it and carrying it out. Would you agree with that profile?
Yeah, I don't disagree with that starting supposition. I think that that gets more and more refined as we find out about the sophistication of these devices. So would they have been activated and detonated by somebody opening these packages? Did they have the sophistication to do that? Was there a timer or some sort of initiator, maybe victim initiated, but were they designed and capable of detonating?
Right.
So that adds a layer of sophistication, right? Otherwise, we have, a device that isn't going to go off on its own. It's full of black powder. That's a bad thing, and that's dangerous in and of itself. But could it be detonated by a victim or somebody handling it? That adds a degree of sophistication, and again, I think moves us a step further from somebody who's clearly insane. Those factors are going to start to add up and help people like Mary Ellen that are currently on board to start to build a profile.
Now, Ron, it seems that, Governor Andrew Cuomo here in New York also received one of these packages, suspicious packages, right, although it hasn't been confirmed exactly what was in the suspicious package. He, of course, is a Democrat, but not quite on the national level of some of these other targets. He's a very well-known Democrat, but perhaps not as well-known as the Clintons and former President Obama. Looking at the totality of the targets at this point, what does it tell you?
Well, look, I think it would be maybe too easy to say this person must be up in the Northeast or in New York. But I think with as small as our world can be now, with the ease of interstate travel, the ease of finding information on the internet, and again, going to the sophistication of the offender here, maybe, sending some false flags, right? Maybe deliberately looking at New York-centric targets because they want to, create a false flag and make us think that, the person is from New York and in fact they're from somewhere else. Is there somewhere buried in here the true target and the others are just meant to create some confusion or clutter?
Right.
We don't know. I think it's much too early to be really locking down our theories because it is a small world. The internet is at all of our fingertips to research potential targets, to give us a little head fake. As simple, in this part about putting Debbie Wasserman Schultz
right,
on as the return address, I think there's a lot to be unraveled here.
These do seem to be Democrats that are located at least on the East Coast. There are no West Coast Democrats that so far, as we know, have been targets.
That is absolutely true. And look, from my vantage point, there is great negativity about Nancy Pelosi.
Sure.
From the political right. Harry Reid was one of those folks too. Chuck Schumer gets a lot of negativity from the political right. He's another New Yorker. If I was his security staff, his staffer in any office, I would be redoubling my security. This looks like it's pointed at the political left. The natural enemy of the political left is somebody on the political right, presumably on the far fringe of the political right. But there are others who are, I think, relatively high profile we haven't heard from. I would think security folks, Capitol Police, Secret Service would be looking at those as logical recipients here and looking to intercept if it comes their way as well.
Look, Ron, as a law enforcement official, when you look at the rhetoric, the heightened rhetoric in this country and the political extremes on both ends, and you see how it can easily, veer into dangerous territory, into violent territory, at what point do our leaders need to take a stronger stance on this? Or is there even a place for law enforcement officials to come out and say, this kind of rhetoric is unacceptable?
Well, this kind of rhetoric is unacceptable, and you had asked your guest on last hour from the Hill a similar question. And I recall commenting after Steve Scalise's shooting and having an engagement with the anchor that day about how long will civility last on Capitol Hill in the wake of Steve Scalise being seriously shot, and how long will civility last? And my prediction was maybe till the end of the day. I don't think we got through the following day without the vitriol cranking up again and the finger pointing again. I just think it is almost something that is a historical vestige of the past, where there's some sort of civility between people who don't see eye to eye on so many issues. You think in terms of Ronald Reagan and Tip O'Neill and others who could somehow come together. I just don't see it. You don't sense it, and I don't see it lasting in the wake of this.
I do want to point out, though, that Ronald Reagan did survive an assassination attempt. Is it,
Sure
is
did.
it easy to say that was just a crazy individual and it was not inspired by political inflamed rhetoric?
It was a crazy individual, and those folks are out here ticking, and again, I'm surprised that we're having this conversation about attempted bombings today instead of an active shooter, because so many people who are agitated, who see things differently, or who have mental health issues and have access to weapons, that seems to be the first recourse, not building explosive devices and sending them through the mail.
Yeah.
But I think that the political discourse of today is a driver and will continue to be a driver.
Ron, stand by, please. We're going to bring in CBS News Washington correspondent Paula Reed very quickly, because I think the president is about to speak. Paula, as you know, we're awaiting remarks from the president, so I apologize if I have to cut you off at any moment. But what has the reaction been there so far?
Well, the White House just informed us that the president continues to monitor the situation. He has been briefed, and he will address these acts in these remarks momentarily. The president has only retweeted Vice President Mike Pence. We have not really heard from him directly. While he said he wholeheartedly endorsed the vice president's tweet condemning these attacks, we have not heard any statement from him directly. So this will be our first opportunity to get his reaction on these attempted attacks. And also, it's an opportunity for him to potentially try to unify the country and tamp down some of the rhetoric that you and Ron were just discussing.
And how likely do we think that is, though, 2 weeks out of midterms? Okay, Paula Reed at the White House, thank you. Let's listen in.